Welcome to the Falmouth Chamber of Commerce. The Falmouth Chamber is dedicated to working on behalf of our members to make Falmouth a better place to live, work, and conduct business. We are committed to developing the economic, cultural, educational, and civic interests of our community and welcome the support from all organizations to achieve our combined goals. Whether you call Falmouth home, are a summer resident, or a visitor, we hope you take advantage of all that the Chamber has to offer.
Carlson Printing for all your printing needs. 508-548-7303 or toll free at 1-800-696-7303. Our email address is carlsonprinting@aol.com. Carlson Printing for all your printing needs.
Hosting services for fctv.org are provided by MegaNet Communications. MegaNet offers a wide array of internet services including Mega Backup Cloud Service, server colocation, T1, fiber, Metro Ethernet, as well as telephone services such as hosted PBX and digital voice. Their number one goal is to keep your communications network up and running and allow you to focus on growing your business. 877-634-2638 or meganet.net.
Hi, welcome everyone to the Monday, March 25th Board of Selectmen's meeting. The first item will be a Pledge of Allegiance. Please rise.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. I don't believe we have any proclamations today, so we'll go right to recognition. Ms. Braga.
Thank you. I just wanted to recognize the passing of someone who was an important member of our community for such a long time, Christos Kanelopoulos, who passed away on March 13th. And certainly he's someone who, from sort of the moment he came into our community in 1958, really was part of the fabric, owned several businesses, particularly Christopher's, that grew to really be kind of a community gathering spot, and was just part of this town for a long time. And he, along with his wife and his children, have really been part of this community in many different ways with their interests and their commitment and volunteerism. And so certainly we send our condolences to his wife and to his son Paul, and to Paul's wife Natalie, and to his son-in-law and to his, I think, 5 grandchildren. And, just keeping them in our thoughts. It's been a particularly hard year for them. They lost their daughter Sia earlier, just shy of a year ago. So really tough year for that family who's given so much to Falmouth. So just want them to know that this board is holding them in their thoughts and sending our deepest sympathies to them.
Thank you. The next item on the agenda is an announcement with respect to the open meeting law. Thursday, March 28th, from 7 to 8 p.m., Town Council's office will be holding a training session in this room at Town Hall, and there's an invitation for staff of each committee, board, and new committee board members to attend, as well as anyone who wants a refresher course. So please note that on your calendar, and it's a very informative session. There are nice examples that are given there. Any other announcements from anyone?
Yes.
Doug?
If you're not attending that on Thursday night, you can maybe want to go down to the high school and check out the Steamship Authority's plans for their new terminal. They have 3 revised designs that they're going to bring to the public, 6 p.m. at the Falmouth High School. And then tomorrow night, the AIDS Support Group is having another informational meeting at the Herman Room at the Public Library. I believe it's 5:30, but I'm not really sure of the time.
Does anyone else confirm?
I think it's 5:30, but you can always call the library to confirm that.
Good idea.
It's just going to be informational, where, showing what they do and what they bring to the community, and try to let people know what they're all about.
Nice to see that outreach.
Yeah.
I have 5:30 on my calendar for that meeting.
Okay, so 5:30 is correct?
5:30 is probably correct then.
Megan?
And just a reminder that precinct meetings start as early as this week. We have a couple of precincts that are going on. So for folks, it's always nice, even if folks aren't town meeting members, but they have real questions and they want to kind of get a preview and get some information about some of the articles on the warrant. It's a good opportunity. Of course, these meetings are open to the public. So, folks should take the opportunity to go if they're able to. There are some on Wednesday and Thursday this week. So.
And members of the Board of Selectmen, as well as town staff and committee members, such as Planning Board, always attend too. So if there's a question you have, the answer is usually, relatively quick given, or it's looked up, so you'll have that information before you need to vote. Next item on the agenda is public comment. It's an opportunity for anyone here to speak on an item that is not already on the agenda. It's a 2-minute opportunity. Is anyone here for public comment? Okay, seeing none, we'll go right to a summary of actions. First item on the agenda is an application for a new common victualler license for Clam Shack at 227 Clinton Avenue. Is anyone here for? Oh, there. Hi, welcome. Come on up. Let us know what you're doing.
Hi, Jim Murray and James A. Murray, either one. 381 Blacksmith Shop Road, and I'm applying. What I'm doing is I'm actually taking over the existing business at 227 Clinton Ave, the Clam Shack, known as the Clam Shack. My intention is to run it in the exact manner as it has been running in the past. As everyone knows, it's a lovely, beautiful spot, takeout, good old-fashioned Cape Cod, New England clams and some burgers and hot dogs and beautiful scenery and views of the harbor. And
Classic.
so it's basically more of a name change of the Jimmy has retired, and I'm fortunate to be close with the TGs, and so I'm the next guy up.
It'd be great to have someone with your experience.
Yes.
Thank you.
Any questions?
I'm just relieved that that place will still be there for
I
us.
know.
That's great.
Yeah, me too.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Looking
thank
forward
you.
to it.
I move approval.
Second?
All those in favor?
Aye.
Great.
Great.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, have a great evening.
And I think by the license, you won't be opening until May 25th, is that right? Just so people
Yes,
don't think
yeah.
it's going to be happening right away.
Right. We'll be running Memorial Day. I put Memorial Day to Columbus Day. I doubt I'll go to Columbus Day, but if we're blessed with some great weather, I may do weekends until then.
Terrific.
Thank you. Good luck.
Yep.
Next item on the agenda is an application for renewal of a common victual license for Trade Center Bowl at 89 Spring Bars Road in Falmouth. Is anyone here?
I don't see Ed here.
I move approval.
Second?
All those in favor?
Aye. Just on his bowling score alone at the
Yeah,
fundraiser the other
exactly.
day, he should get it. He's
Oh, that was fun.
unbelievable.
And for hosting us.
Yes, wherever you are, Ed, thank you for
Doug,
hosting that
Megan,
event.
and I, and we were on Dave Vieira's team. It was lots of fun.
Yeah, it was.
We didn't win, but it was.
Next item on the agenda, application for a special one-day wine and malt liquor license for West Falmouth Library at 575 West Falmouth Highway in West Falmouth for Saturday, March 30, 2019. I don't see anyone here, but want to let folks know it's for Swan Song at the Speakeasy, a murder mystery event, 6:30, Saturday, March 30.
Move approval?
All those in favor?
Aye.
Tickets are available.
That must be catching on because they just had another one of these recently. So.
Yeah, I think
Good.
it's popular.
Next is an application for a special all-alcohol liquor license for Compassionate Care ALS Bourne Farm. And I understand, is someone here? Go ahead, I think that might be put off, right?
Yeah, we're not gonna do that anymore.
Great, in that case, since you're here, why don't we move to the next item that you have on the agenda, which is a sign approval?
Right, for banners on Main Street.
Yes, it's number 9 under business, request for sign variance, promotional, special event signs, banners on Main Street poles, Compassionate Care ALS for fundraising stroll and roll walk, Saturday, May 11 to Saturday, May 18. Sounds interesting. What's that about?
Oh, it's the first ever walk that we've had. We've been in business 21 years, and this will be our first walk and our biggest fundraiser of the year. And we are going to walk 2 miles on the bike path from Bourne Farm to Old Dock Road and back.
Great.
Sounds really interesting. Any questions?
And that's something, we've already approved that walk, is that correct?
Did you submit this to the Special Events Committee?
I don't know. I'm not the event coordinator, so I don't
Does that
have
ring a
that
bell?
answer.
Can't recall specifically either.
Well,
Could
here's
we
the
pass
permit in here
We go.
that has our signatures.
Great.
There
That's a
we
good
go.
sign.
So I would
Very
say
good.
that, yes.
Looks like you're good.
So it's just the signs you're requesting approval for?
Yep, there we, okay.
Yes.
Do you know how many signs it is?
I'm sorry, what?
How many banners it is?
I don't know that either.
think
Oh,
one
wait,
just
here we go. Here it is, 20. 22 by 3 foot banners.
For some reason I missed that, I couldn't find that number.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, so we're jumping around here on my notes. These will be displayed where?
On Main Street,
On the posts?
light posts on Main Street.
Yeah, I'm just hesitant to, encumber Main Street with lots of signage, which may or may not be attractive. So do we have any kind of visual image of what they're going to look like?
I don't,
Is
I'm
this it?
sorry.
Is this what it's gonna, well, no, that's not really a sign. I think this is just from the website, right?
Yeah, that is from the website. I'm sorry, I was asked to stand in at the last second.
No, it's hard to be,
so
no, we know, it's hard to.
I'm certainly supportive of your efforts. I just, I'm sensitive to the fact that, giving up the look of Main Street is not something I take casually.
Do we want to
Maybe we could just
roll this
table,
over?
yeah,
till
just
we get a
table it, just
facsimile?
to get maybe just an example of what the sign is gonna look like. I know it's not maybe whoever's running it would have
Sure.
just a picture of, so we can just see visually.
Sure,
We've usually required that of folks who've asked to put
okay,
them on Main Street, so we can just take a look and
all right,
look at
And it
those.
would also let us know the size,
okay.
She does have the
It says it's
size.
2 by 3.
It's 2 by 3.
but with the visual.
Okay,
And these have been approved by the historic, is that correct?
yes,
So they've seen them to approve it?
I suppose so. I'm sorry, I don't know.
I guess it was done administratively.
At least you're here.
Yeah.
Whoever made you come owes you big time for sending you with a. I would just move to continue this, just to our next date, so that we could take a look at.
Okay,
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
So just continue for an example of the sign.
okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next item on the agenda is an application for a special one-day wine and malt liquor license for Barnstable County Agricultural Society, Barnstable County Fair, 1220 Nathan Ellis Highway, July 22nd to 28. Is anyone here from the fair? Okay, what's the board's pleasure?
I move approval.
Is there a second?
Yep.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Next item on the agenda is an application for a Sunday entertainment license, Barnstable County Agricultural Society, Barnstable County Fair, 1220 Nathan Ellis Highway for Sunday, July 28, 2019.
Move approval?
All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Next item on the agenda is under administrative orders. Acting as trustees of the FAHF, vote to authorize payment of a sum of money relative to water fees for the Little Pond Place, Spring Bars Road Affordable Housing Project. I see Linda here. Welcome. Hi. Mr. Sousa, did you want to tee this up?
Yes, thanks, Madam Chair. Members of the board, you'll recall that you've discussed this generally at your last couple meetings, and most recently it asked for a breakdown of the cost for water line installation, labor versus equipment, for potential consideration by the board for covering some portion of that cost through the Falmouth Affordable Housing Fund, which you ultimately oversee.
And did we get the, oh, I'm sorry.
It looks like the total project cost without fees was $3,828.
Madam Chair, to speak on that, yes, I just would like to remind us that this is really a Falmouth initiative, this project. We purchased the land. We've already given a fair amount of money to it through CPC funds. I mean, it's categorized as a local action type of 40B. And I just feel like we really should be finding different ways to support this effort. Because of the length of time it's taken to go through all the permitting and what have you, the costs have risen significantly. And a lot of people don't think about that, but the cost of money is significant, and with tariffs going on and what have you, construction costs, both on the material side and labor side, have gone up too. So I really feel like we should find every way possible as a community to support this effort, because a tremendous amount of money has already been invested, not to mention time. The Falmouth Affordable Housing Fund has actually provided some money to help get some consulting efforts to take care of the stormwater runoff issues. So we've already contributed, and, you know, that fund is essentially dried up right now because of the latest allocation that we've just made. And so I feel like, you know, I see Alan Robinson here, you know, if the town is paying part of the funds for putting in water fountains or water bottle refill, you know, through its operating budget, you know, this is an opportunity for us to contribute also. And I would support whatever we can do reasonably to go ahead and lower the fees on this particular utilities hookup effort.
So if I was to take that as a motion, I would
So
want a
moved.
second. Do you have a
Madam Chair, could I
particular-
just,
Well, we'll just have
Can
a
I ask Peter to
discussion. We'll have
clarify the-
discussion after we get the motion on the
Okay.
table.
Second.
Okay. Peter?
just clarify the amounts that
Right.
you're looking at?
Sure.
Right, so the amount of the fee that would normally be charged for the project by the water department is $3,600. And the selectmen policy describes not waiving direct costs. There's some interpretation that one could make there. Now, again, the board could simply determine that you're not waiving fees, you're appropriating the payment of the fee from the Falmouth Affordable Housing Fund. So, depending on which avenue you want to go, if you want to fund payment of the full fee, that amount would be $3,600. If you wanted to deduct the direct costs from that, we would deduct approximately $700, or the $712 from that $3,600.
Sam, I'll just ask you to clarify your motion if you want, or do you want to have Doug's comment first?
Well, go ahead and let's have Doug's comment, and then if we need to modify the motion, I'm happy to consider it.
Doug?
So if we have the option then to use the Affordable Housing Fund to supplement and pay for the whole thing, it's going towards affordable housing, and it helps their budget, and it doesn't hurt the DPW's budget. So,
Sam?
Just to clarify, there isn't any money in the Falmouth Affordable Housing Fund right now.
really?
That's the
Is
problem.
that really right?
I can tell you, well, go ahead and bring us up to date, Peter.
Sure, just
Well,
to further clarify, right, so what Sam is referring to is the working group recently discussed an application for an amount over $900,000. I don't remember the exact amount. The balance in the fund is $650,000. Now, the $650,000 is currently available in the fund today. The recommendation from the working group has gone to the Community Preservation Committee and will come before this board. So none of those funds for this new application have been committed. We could, if it's the board's pleasure to fund the payment of these fees from the fund, we would simply deduct that from the amount available. In no case was the full amount going to be available for the project anyway. We were at best looking at phasing the funding of that application.
Megan? Oh, sorry, go ahead, Doug. No.
To take these funds, the 3,600, do we need to go back to CPC, but we're the trustees of that fund, so we can actually, or is it a good thing for us to go back to CPC anyway?
We should go back and have them take a look at it as well in order to be consistent with the special act.
Megan?
I was just going to say, I think that that's a cleaner way to do it. I think that those are funds that would be appropriate. If it were a really large amount, I'd be concerned that it might impact some of the other, projects that they have in the pipeline, but $3,000, less than $4,000, $3,600 isn't going to make or break another project, and I think it just, it keeps things sort of in their lane a bit, so, but I absolutely support Sam's position. I think the number one thing we talk about at almost every other meeting is the problem with affordable housing, and I think we have in many instances tried to put our, sort of put support behind it. This is a very direct way to do that, and it's not, that onerous, so I would absolutely support it.
So we would then have to go before CPC, but we request their recommendation, at least, until we got their recommendation, we couldn't move it as a proposal for.
Well, we could move it
approval.
subject to a positive recommendation from
certainly can.
CPC.
So, all right, well, then that's what
That's your motion?
that's my motion then. I think that's the way to go, and I agree that it just makes the most sense to kind of account for it in that way. So,
And then I just have one other question. I would second that. I just have one other question about that. Is the timing of that going to work with, I know that we're under a little bit of a timing crunch. I just want to make sure the timing of when CPC is going to meet and can make their review of this. I just want to make sure that's going.
I'll look to Linda Clark. The CPC meeting is April 18th. I can add that into the conversation.
but that's pretty late, so
Linda,
wanna
would
go
you
up, Linda, and
come up? Sure.
let us know if that's going to be a problem.
Linda Clark, Falmouth Housing Corporation. I think we're going to be okay with that, but I would like to make one comment on the $3,600. Speaking with the GC today, it's $3,600 for the tapping fee, and we're also looking at an additional $1,200 if, in fact, we need a police detail. So we don't know if we need the police detail. It's going to probably depend on the time of the year with traffic. So it's an additional $1,200. We were looking at approximately $4,800 to deal with the tapping costs.
Well, we could certainly make that as part of it, up to $5,000, let's say, from the Falmouth Affordable Housing Fund to
Subject
support
to
the tapping of utilities into this project. Is that reasonable?
That would be
I-
great.
I actually think if the timetable is an issue, we could still financially waive the $3,600 fee if we, to let the group know that we're completely supporting it. That if CPC does not agree with this expenditure of funds, we actually do have the freedom to say, well, we're going to waive the tapping fee anyway. And we wouldn't have the money to then do the police detail, but it is still fees that we could, going against our policy, but we have the power to do so, to say at the very minimum, if we can't get the funds from the Affordable Housing Fund for the $5,000, we could at least say, we will grant the waiver of the $3,600 fee.
Point, we could even do that later, so that's a nice option.
Yeah, and so are we sort of making that as a contingency in case
Well, I
we
think
can't
that,
tap the Falmouth Affordable Housing Fund for these?
I think it's not a contingency as part of your motion, but it certainly is something that
We'll
we
just come
can
right back.
revisit.
A backup.
Exactly. So have you amended your motion to the 5,000?
That's correct.
And Megan, that's your
Second that.
second? Any other questions?
Just to clarify, that's up to 5,000 to cover what's just been described?
But with justification to support whatever the allocation would be.
By going back to the CPC, got it.
Right, so if there's no need for a detail, it would just be the tapping.
Right, it's not a check for $5,000, that's not what they're asking for. They would show us, you know, whatever the bill.
Exactly.
Yeah.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next item on the agenda is whether to authorize the town manager to sign a letter to Mass Housing regarding project eligibility for 40B comprehensive permit application, Wild Harbor Condominium LLC, 213 North Falmouth Highway. Mr. Suso.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members of the board, you have a copy of that letter that's been drafted for your review.
We
And
do.
subject to your concurrence, we'll proceed.
I move approval to authorize the town manager to sign the letter.
Second.
Second?
All those in favor?
Aye.
And I might say it's a very well-drafted letter that I think raises the kind of issues that we want raised as in the best interest of the community, so thank you for putting this together.
I had help. Thank you.
Credit to the development staff and
Team effort.
for team effort and Tom Bott for the original draft.
Excellent.
Good mention, Sam. Next item on the agenda, vote to approve a license agreement for a water refill reuse station installation and maintenance on Marine Park, Water Street and Woods Hole, by and between Marine Biological Lab and Town of Falmouth.
Just a disclaimer that I am on the board of the Falmouth Water Stewards, but I don't think there's any kind of conflict of interest.
How much do they pay you?
I would,
Zero.
A huge
I
salary.
think that's probably the case.
You're right under Alan in terms of your salary.
Alan should get paid more.
I think everyone knows what this is about. Is there any feeling from the board?
If Doug would just remind us where the other ones are right now, just for the town, for people to know.
For all of them, or?
It's a quiz, you're on the board,
This is
come on.
just one, this license agreement's for one,
Where are the other
Woods
two?
Hole, which is because it's on the MBL Park.
Yeah.
That's their property, but the town still wants to retain ownership of the water stations.
Where are the other stations?
Where are the ones that have been put in?
Peg Noonan
There's
Park?
gonna be,
Peg Noonan.
Trotting Park Field is one of them, Sandwich Road is the other of the first ones, and the other one is at the rec station. Then there are gonna be several on the bike path and other ball fields around
Right
town.
now, we already have one at Peg Noonan and one at the North Falmouth. Do we have the one at the North
No,
Falmouth?
Well, the North Falmouth one's coming next. You have one on Main Street at Peg Noonan
Yep.
Park, one at the Falmouth Heights Ball Field, both paid for by the Falmouth Road Race from a grant.
Nice,
And then the next one is paid for by the Rowan family in memory of
right.
Mrs.
Yeah.
Rowan. And there's a picture of her on it. That's coming to the North Falmouth Bikes parking lot there.
That's great.
Yeah, so it's really popular. People
So
like
who
it.
who made the motion? Was there one?
I'd move approval.
Second?
Thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
Great.
Terrific. Next item on the agenda is whether to authorize the Department of Public Works application to the Mass DEP for recycling program grant.
Before we do that, I
Yes.
had made to make an announcement, because we've been contacted by the Solid Waste Advisory Committee to make the announcement concerning the upcoming town meeting, and just encouraging everyone who's coming to the upcoming town meeting, it is going to try to be an event that is, bring everything in and take everything home with you, and encouraging you, if you want to bring water, bring it in a reusable bottle, fill it up with the water stations that are in Lawrence School, and bring it back home with you and wash it, but trying to make sure that everything you bring with you, you take back home with you, and being aware of that is a way that we can set an example for both trash reduction and recycling.
Good point.
And with respect to the current item, Mr. Suso, is there a
Yeah, thank you.
summary?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I think we have some information that's been provided by Public Works and by the Solid Waste Advisory Committee. I know that we have our
Peter is there.
Deputy Director of Public Works, Peter McConerty, with us. I don't know if,
Linda.
Linda's
yeah,
here as
Linda
well.
Davis is here.
so I think
Alan's here.
they both are prepared to make some comments.
If we can do it in 3 minutes, we can do
Come
it
on
before
up,
8:55.
come on up, guys, let's do this.
Otherwise, it's 9 o'clock.
I might say while they're coming up, one of my concerns about this, and this is, of course, a request for a grant, but is the implementation. And communication is the big challenge right here. But I like the idea that we're doing this at town meeting because it's getting the message out, which I think is the biggest challenge we have, is making people conscious of it and committed to actually doing some kind of action in support of it. So that's the question behind this initiative in my mind. How are we going to get the information out there in an effective way? And how are we going to keep reminding people
Well, that's a very good question. First of all, I just want to straighten everybody out that the Massachusetts Department of Environmental Protection continues to work towards zero waste, and its programs for smart recycling. You know, people have been reading about what other communities outside of Massachusetts, what's happened, that kind of thing. Massachusetts is still committed to doing the right thing. So our community is following that. And what we need to do is to recycle smart. And there are some grants available. One of them is the Recycle Smart IQ Kit. And basically, it helps us. It will help us get the word out. Now, something you need to know about the grant is this, because people say, well, what do we buy into here? You apply for the grant, you get awarded the grant, but you don't necessarily have to accept the grant, because the first step in that process is assessment. And everybody has to be on board. You bring together the hauler, you bring together the DPW, someone from management, someone from leadership, and you talk about, is this something that we really can utilize? Do we have the manpower? Do we have the structure? And before we buy into it. So you should know that.
Question, do you need to come back to us after this approval today, considering that preliminary step?
Oh, I think we will, and some of you will be involved in that.
Yeah, and I think, I mean, I was at the meetings, and just to quickly, I know
Yeah.
we have a hearing at 7:30, but the Solid Waste Advisory talked about this for a really long time. They've gone sort of through all the angles. The last meeting that sort of they voted on it, Peter and I were both there, and Carrie Parcell was there from the county and from the state to really walk us through it. And just to put a fine point on what Linda's saying, there's no risk to applying, because if we then find out we aren't really ready to implement it, the money just goes back and we don't actually get the grant. So this is really a way to kind of get all people to the table with some other folks from DEP that can help us figure out whether or not we can implement this. So this step is really necessary to even understand if we can go forward with it.
So
Well,
are
yes,
you
and I
moving
think
to-
along the way, we're gonna learn a little bit more about ourselves and where we can take more responsibility, because people do not know what to recycle.
Right,
They wanna do the right thing, and we even did our own little survey, and we discovered that people aren't doing the right thing even though they think they are. So we need that educational tool, and this is part of it.
So I would move approval. I think this just gets us, it moves the ball forward, and Solid Waste has done a lot of work on this, and we really need this next step.
Yeah, and we've had conversations with the DPW, Peter's on board, and with some help.
You've convinced us all, I think,
Okay.
Linda.
Sure, all those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much. Thank you,
Thank you.
Peter. Next item on the agenda is a public hearing, wetland hearing. Tom Dmytryk, remove licensed float and install a new pile-supported pier and pile-supported boat lift in Neal Pond located at 53 Madeline Road, East Falmouth. The notice states as follows. The Falmouth Board of Selectmen will hold a public hearing under Section 240-77 wetland regulations of the zoning bylaws of the town of Falmouth on Monday, March 25th, 2019 at 7:30 PM. Continued from February 25th, 2019. In the Selectmen's Meeting Room, Falmouth Town Hall, in the application of Tom Dmytryk for permission for the removal of the licensed float and installation of a new pile-supported pier and pile-supported boat lift located at 53 Madeline Road, East Falmouth, Mass. Body of water affected is Eel Pond. Interested parties may review the file on this hearing at the Selectmen's office. For order of the Board of Selectmen, publication date Friday, March 8, 2019, and Friday, March 15, 2019, in the Falmouth Enterprise, with copies to abutters. Welcome.
Thank you. Board members, good evening. For the record, my name is Michael Borselli. I represent the applicant, Tom Dmytryk. Mr. Dmytryk owns the property at 53 Madeline Road, and his property has water frontage on Eel Pond, on the eastern shore of Eel Pond. Is that, can you see that? Are the lights okay? Mr. Dmytryk has had the benefit in use of the waterfront with a float that is tied along shore to a timber bulkhead. You can see the float as a rectangular shape here, and this is the bulkhead along his waterfront. This float sits in water depths less than 2 feet, so at times of low tide, the float actually hits the bottom. He owns, I think it's a 22 or 23-foot boat that ties alongside that float, and at some times of low tide, that boat will bottom out. So through the years, he's always tried to think of ways to make it better, a better use of the waterfront, and he came up with a plan that proposed to abandon the licensed float that's alongside the bulkhead and build a pier, a fixed pier that has an angle point in it, and would allow for berthing of a boat on this side in something called a lift. I don't know if you've seen these hydraulic lifts. They have a cradle, and what they allow for is a boat to float into the cradle, and then it can be lifted out of the water so that it's secure when Mr. Dimitrick is not here, which is during the week. He's a weekend warrior and comes down to use the summer home through the summer season. During the time that he's there, he would tie the boat along this side of the pier so that he could use it and not have to hoist it in and out every time, and he could keep his eye on it. When we designed this orientation, we put this angle point in it for the specific reason of maintaining safe navigational passage from the end of the pier for others. There are 2 known neighbors that are upstream. This is the very upper reaches of Eel Pond. There's 2 or 3 houses north of this, 2 of which I know have boats because I have met with them because I had some concerns. And I met them, one of them is one of my clients. You've actually approved a pier for him, Mr. Gravina. And I met with these folks after they expressed some concerns. I met with them Saturday morning. This hearing was actually supposed to have been scheduled at a earlier time this winter. So we continued it so that we could do a couple things. We could set a stake at the end of this so that when we met on the site, we could point exactly to where the end of the pier is, which we did Saturday morning. And we also took some additional water depths measurements, which are on this plan, and those are referenced to low tide. And if you look closely, you'll see these numbers. These represent the depth. They have a negative because they're below 0, which is mean low water. So, for instance, this is 3.9 feet at low tide, 3.3, and you can see as you get over closer to this island of salt marsh, the water depth gets shallower, and it's shallower on this point. But through the darker shaded area, you can see the water depths are all more than 3 feet of water at low tide. And the water depth where the boat would tie here is 3.5 feet, and at the bow would be 3 feet. On this side, it's a little shallower, but this is where the lift would be, so it wouldn't be in the water. It would actually be hoisted out of the water. I tell you all of this because of the concerns of the neighbors were their main concern, and Mrs. Gravina is here tonight. I'm assuming she'll want to speak. There was a concern about their safe ability to navigate by here safely. And I tried to convince them on the site meeting that it was doable. I'm not quite sure I convinced them, but I did my best to convince them. I'm convinced this is 25 feet wide, and all of the water depths in that 25-foot wide swath are 3 feet or greater. Mr. Gravina acquired a boat recently. It's a 34-foot long regulator, and the specifications on that are that it needs a water depth of 27 inches of draft with the motors trimmed up. And its beam is just under 12 feet, I believe. So we were very cognizant of the concerns of the neighbors, and we tried to convince them, and I'm of the opinion that it's safe to navigate by here. The details of the pier itself are shown. It's a timber, this is a profile, it's a timber walkway. It's elevated above mean high water for public access. So you make access from the upland land side, a couple of steps, you cross, and then it transitions back down to a more usable elevation. It's all proposed to have sunlight penetration decking. There's a cross-section, you've seen these on other dock proposals I've submitted to you. We have received approval from the Conservation Commission for this, and they issued an order of conditions, and it's in your file. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions and respond to anything that Mrs. Gravina may have questions on.
Doug?
First question I have, and I was trying to find the standard here, because I don't remember the exact standard for how far you can go out. I thought it was 25% in a navigation body, and that standard, you mentioned all the other standards, but don't actually respond to that standard, and it's certainly nowhere near that standard, is it?
Well, it is very near that standard, and the standard is 25% across a water body.
From navigatable water to navigable water, or from bank to bank?
From low tide to low tide, basically. So we've shown on the plan that width as 80 feet.
Okay.
The actual distance from the bulkhead to this tip measured perpendicular is just under, I believe it's 24 feet. So if you do the math, it comes out to slightly over 25. It's somewhere, it's like 26 or 27%. So the 25% rule is an Army Corps standard for what they call a general permit. If you exceed 25%, you would have to go to them for an individual permit, which is our intention. So we're very close to the 25.
It looks like the 80 is not even straight line distance. It looks like the 80 is...
Well, it is straight across perpendicular to perpendicular.
Okay.
What you're not seeing here, and because this plan doesn't zoom out far enough, is this is an island. This isn't actually the other shoreline. There's another channel. The main channel, if you will, is over on the west side of this island. So this channel is a very narrow sort of sub-channel to the main channel. The problem is the water depth over here is shallower than this. People have grown accustomed to using this. So over here, which is far in excess of 25%, the water depth, which I'm not showing because I hadn't measured survey points out that far, is slightly less than 3 feet. So that explains why the Gravinas are motivated to use this sub-channel, which they certainly have a right to.
Sounds like, well, motivated and required to.
Right.
If their boat doesn't fit the other one, they can't use the other one. So the
Right.
only place they can go is that 25-foot channel.
With the boat that they have, yes. So,
Or bigger boat.
right. So, understanding that, we still are demonstrating that there's a width of 25 feet with water depth in excess of 3 feet. So the rule is sort of a guideline. You have to go to Army Corps and demonstrate this type of detail in order to get the individual permit. We're not trying to block the channel. We're trying to just coexist. So if we were forced to, we could shorten this up and meet the 25% maximum if the Army Corps wasn't convinced by our application. We'd prefer not to because we think that this is reasonable.
Certainly, if he went with a T without the lift, he'd be a lot less, would be a lot less problem, right? Or would he not be in the 3-foot water depth then? I mean, generally, these piers, we recommended either Ls or Ts.
Yes.
The lift seems to be a bit of an extravagance that he's getting, he could solve a lot of this problem if he just did a T at the end and put a boat at the end there.
Then,
And it's way up, I mean, it's way up, so we're not talking that this boat's gonna be pushed by waves much. So even if it's in the water during the weekday, we're not talking huge waves that are gonna be moving this boat around.
True, but,
I guess, it seems like a huge extravagance, this lift.
well, I won't disagree, I'm not sure I agree, but envision a perpendicular T in a place, at a place where there's adequate water depth.
That's what I couldn't tell, is where the water is.
Right where the mouse is,
Okay.
see the 3 feet right here?
So it'd still be pretty close to that 25-foot range.
So then if you add on the beam of the boat, which would be tied on the T, I think we'd be close to the same, so I don't know that we really gain anything.
Sam?
Yeah, are any plans to put some kind of a reflective indicator so that people who are navigating this passage at night, they could pick up the end of that pier?
We hadn't got into that detail, but we could certainly, we have to be careful about how we do that because there are rules about navigation, and you don't want to confuse or misdirect about, but there would certainly, there is certainly the ability to have reflective tape on this pile, and we're allowed to have very low light foot lighting on the deck surface. That would be for safety, and it would also highlight where the end of the dock is without making it become a beacon, if you will. And that would certainly be an acceptable condition.
Well, I think just the tape stripes or something, whatever's permitted, gives people some notice early on that they're using their lights. They'll see the edge of that dock and should aid in navigation.
And if I could just add to that comment, realize it's this one spot, this one, what I'd call a choke point, that is of concern and somewhat of an inconvenience to two boat owners. It's only this one limited location, and if caution is used in their local waters, and the Gravinas are very much aware of it, they're the ones that are most interested in this, I think it's workable, easily workable.
Doug?
So you say that you could shorten it up if you had to. Why wouldn't you not? Does that affect the boat lift?
We could do one of two things. We could shorten it slightly. We could perhaps make this angle point a little bit more rotated, and that might save us a couple of feet without really compromising the ability to use the boat lift.
Right, I mean, the
But I
boat
didn't-
lift has to have that room for it to.
Yeah, but I didn't know if it was worth doing that for what you would gain, which is probably gonna amount to 2 to 4 feet at the most, when I see a channel width available of 25 feet in a 12-foot beam boat.
But if you have two 12-foot beam boats passing each other, that's a foot passage.
At that one choke point that is in the very upper reaches of Eel Pond, where there's only two boats, one of which is the neighbor that had the concerns.
Doug?
The one thing that seems to be a potential problem is that if the boat weren't tied up in that exact spot and allowed to be drifting out a little more, you wouldn't really have that 25 feet.
Yes, that's for sure. So care has to be taken, or that you tie properly. It would be pretty, I think it would be, become an self-enforcement thing. If the neighbors have an issue, they would, and if you made it a condition, for instance, that no boat shall extend beyond the end of the most seaward end of the pier as a condition of approval, it would be a violation if they didn't pay attention.
But even at that, it would still encroach on your 25. Because if you were tied up at the end of the pier, the end of the boat would be out.
Well, I guess the way I would word the condition was no portion of any boat shall project further seaward than the most seaward corner of the pier, or words to that effect.
Right.
That would how it could be conditioned so that it would be enforceable.
Right.
Megan? Can you just go back, you were saying that you could angle it to maybe give sort of 2 to 4 more feet without compromising the project.
I'd have
You
to take a quick, a closer look, but learning as recently as just tonight that there's still some concerns, I would have to think, I'd have to see if I could rotate this end counterclockwise, if you will, so that this point pulls away from the dashed line, and the angle point, the rotation would be probably at that. So it would rotate all of this further towards the bulkhead and towards that shoreline. You know, some amount that would pull it away, and they could pick up a couple feet, and at the same time, I might be able to shorten the overall length of this by 2 or 3 feet. So a combination of the two things might result in this corner pulling away from this line, you know, 3 or 4 feet. I don't know until I do it.
I think it's a good time to hear from the abutter. Come on up, please. We can keep going questions. I'm just looking at the time.
That's fine.
And then Sam will be the next question. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Karen Gravina. I'm at 45 Madeline Road. Mike built our dock, or designed our dock. First of all, my husband and Tom Lewis, who's the neighbor who's on the other side, all are supportive of Tom getting his dock. But because all of us have traveled this narrow passageway for many years, we became very concerned that there's, if you don't come in at the highest tide, this area over here is really narrow. And so when we boat in, we always hug the shoreline. We always come in as close as we can possibly to the shoreline because we're right above there. If it's really low tide or the tide's going down, we have to be careful what time we can come in. We cannot go out the other way, even when we had a smaller boat. There is another marsh here that's sort of, that's there, but you can't see it anymore. It used to be up above. So our main concern is getting in and out of this Eel River. And the place where the dock is proposed is actually a very narrow part of the river, and the proposed dock and mooring field extends about 25 feet into the narrow channel. I think a lot of the concern is when this boat is moored here. It's in like the 4.6 area where it's deeper, and it's 3.7 here. So for us to stay close would be really close to the dock. So, because that's really where the deepest navigation is. Even though there's stuff there, we tend to stay really close to there. So it's shallower there. The other thing is, we were just wondering if there was another way. I know I just told this to Tom. After we all left, you know, we decided that we really want this guy to have his dock, but is there possibly a different way to do it? Because it's more the mooring field that we're concerned about than the lift. And one of the things that we sort of brainstormed having like the dock over here with the mooring field this way and the lift here. So it wouldn't intrude as much, and it's at that, the part over there that we wouldn't be in, but it's still deep enough for him to put his boat. And I know that's huge for Mike, but we really hadn't seen the plan before. So just for the three of us thinking about where the depth is, that was our concern. So overall, we want Tom to have his dock, but we're just concerned about the navigation.
So I'm sure the other members of the board will agree. We don't often get a lot of congeniality in working these things out, so we really appreciate, you know, the neighbors trying to work together. Sam, you had a question?
Yeah, I've boated in the Annapolis, Maryland area and gone into some pretty narrow creeks where the navigable water was really limited to narrow channels, and there was shoals that moved around. So I fully appreciate what I find that actually makes this an attractive thing is that you actually have an aid to navigation here where you know if you stay close to where this proposed dock would be in the boat, you're going to be in safe water. Because if you're coming in at night, which I've done many times, I mean, that saltwater marsh is going to be almost invisible.
Yes.
So this gives you a reference point, and that's why I was thinking about some kind of a reflective tape or whatever markers on it, because then you will know this is safe water right at the end of this dock.
Yes, but we know because we've done it for 30 years, so we sort of know the way that we come in every single time. So
If I could interject just briefly.
Mike,
I don't want to burden all you folks with all the minutia of this tonight. I think it would be best to continue the hearing, and since there was some new information offered to us, to me, like 10 minutes ago.
Yeah.
I'd like to digest that and maybe come back with a resolution between the two neighbors and not burden you or the audience with, back and
appreciate
forth.
that.
Is everybody hearing that? Did everybody hear what Mike just?
We want Tom to have his dock. We just want to make sure that long-term, because we did spend all this money putting in our dock, that we are able to get in and out and not have to
Very
worry
fair.
about the time of day.
Absolutely.
And I don't want one of my other clients upset with me.
Mike, do you have a proposed date that the board can?
What's available?
April 22nd would be your next regular meeting.
Okay, I'll take that.
The one thing about the suggestion about switching the lift and the boat, it sounds like we're saying the boat's more likely to be in the lift than in the water. And so the lift actually is going to be more often in the way of navigating than if it's in the water, if you switch them. That actually, being the lift actually gets it out of the way more often.
Well, he's down there most of the summer, so.
Well,
I think his boat will be in the water. So
He
we
says
want
during-
him to be able to get in and out.
He was
so.
saying that during the week, he was going to put it in the lift and only have it there in the water in the weekend.
The way he explained it to me is when he wasn't on the property, he wanted to have the ability to keep it secure. I'm not exactly sure of his schedule, but I assumed it was like a weekend.
I would move we continue this until, upon the request of the applicant, until April 22nd at 7:30?
7:30?
Second?
All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The next item on the agenda is a wetlands hearing for closed easterly limited partnership reconstruction and maintenance of a 136-foot-long licensed timber pier in Vineyard Sound located at 146 Knobsco Road, Woods Hole. The public hearing notice is as follows. The Board of Selectmen in Falmouth will hold a public hearing under Section 240-77, the wetland regulations of the zoning bylaws of the town of Falmouth on Monday, March 25th, 2019, at 7:45 PM in the Selectmen's Meeting Room, Falmouth Town Hall, on the application of Closed Easterly Limited Partnership for permission for the reconstruction and maintenance of a 136-foot-long licensed timber pier in Vineyard Sound located at 146 Knobsco Road, Woods Hole, Mass. Body of water affected is Vineyard Sound. Interested parties may review the file on this hearing at the Selectmen's office per order of the Board of Selectmen. Publication dates Friday, March 8, 2019, and Friday, March 15, 2019. Falmouth Enterprise with copy to abutters. Welcome, the man behind the podium.
Good evening. May I approach?
Please.
Public plan and, oh, sorry about that.
Sure.
And, a letter.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Patrick Roach, for the record. I'm with Holmes and McGrath, and we are representing the Clues Easterly Limited Partnership. As mentioned, the property is located at 146 Knobsco Road in Woods Hole. It's a private residentially developed parcel, approximately 3.97 acres in area. The project is a reconstruction and maintenance of an existing licensed timber pier in Vineyard Sound. The proposed pier will be located in the footprint of the existing pier and elevated above mean high water. The proposed project has been reviewed by Conservation Commission and Mass DEP Waterways. An order of conditions was issued by the Conservation Commission, and a letter of approval and support by DEP, which I handed out with the plans. And their determination is the activity constitutes a minor modification and that the project does not require a new or amended license. So it is 136 feet in length. The dotted area is what was licensed, and what exists is right through here. So they're gonna reconstruct it right in the existing footprint. In closing, we ask the board to grant a special permit for the reconstruction of the existing pier so that the applicant can apply for their building permit, and I will try to answer any questions that you may have.
Sure, Doug?
Will the new license then be only what's there, or will it still extend beyond that for a potential future?
I believe it's just for what's being proposed. That's the intent for the construction.
And could you just review what the purpose of this pier is going to be, just to make sure that we're in agreement with the
Well,
Conservation
the pier has
Commission?
been, it exists. It's a private recreational use. It's in pretty bad,
But not for boating, I guess is my question, at least according to what the Conservation Commission said. This will not be a pier that boats come up to, it's just for
that's my
water
understanding.
access.
Yes.
I think the conditions are pretty clear with the Conservation Commission. This is not going to be something that boats get tied up to.
Right. And it is considerably shorter than what was approved by the license plan. So there is two construction accesses, one across the beach and one across the property. This is just for delivering the supplies and for stockpiling, and the machinery will access the construction access number 1, and a barge will be used.
Any other questions? Doug? No. In which case, is there a motion? Well, sorry,
comment?
is there, sorry about that, are you ready to close?
Well, for this public comment.
Hold
Public
on.
comment?
More coming.
Public comment?
Yeah. Is there anyone here who wants to speak in favor of this application? Seeing none, is there anyone here who wants to speak against this application?
I move we close the hearing.
Thank you.
Second?
All those in favor?
Aye.
I move approval of this, I guess I find that as a hearing for wetlands, we do want to take findings.
Right.
And the findings would be that this is actually a smaller license than was approved in 1929. Will have less impact than it currently does. We've had another finding is that we have no response from neighbors that they have any issue with it. And with those findings, I would move approval.
There's also the adequate construction access, I think, 'cause that's an important one. In fact, we can add that to findings, right?
Do you want to
And I'll second your motion.
do we want to add a finding that it's not for use of docking
Oh,
boats?
good point.
Sure.
Yep, let's add that too.
So with
There's
those
a-
added findings, I would move approval.
And there's a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Congratulations.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Back on time
Next item on the agenda is a wetland hearing. Robert Irving, construct a fixed pier that will extend approximately 64 feet beyond mean-high water into Green Pond located at 358 Ockapesket Road, East Falmouth. Public hearing notice is as follows. The Falmouth Board of Selectmen will hold a public hearing under Section 240-77, the wetland regulations of the zoning bylaws of the town of Falmouth on Monday, March 25th, 2019, at 8 p.m. in the Selectmen's Meeting Room, Falmouth Town Hall, on the application of Robert Irving for permission to construct a fixed pier that will extend approximately 64 feet beyond mean-high water into Green Pond and located at 358 Ockapesket Road, East Falmouth, Mass. Body of water affected is Green Pond. Interested parties may review the file on this hearing at the Selectmen's office. Per order of the Board of Selectmen, publication dates are Friday, March 8, 2019, and Friday, March 15, 2019, Falmouth Enterprise, copy to abutters. Welcome again.
Thank you again. Again, for the record, Michael Borselli, Falmouth Engineering, and I represent the applicant on this proposed dock application. This property is located at number 358 Acapesket Road. There's a single-family dwelling and appurtenances. There's an existing substandard dock that you can see in the background for reference, labeled existing pier. This proposal, which was also reviewed and approved by the Conservation Commission, shows a new fixed 4-foot wide walkway with T. No lift, no issues with navigation, I don't think, at least. This is typical of what you're more used to seeing. The application will provide adequate separation below the walkway for public access. There's some access stairs from the walkway down onto the beach. Because this crosses over the only access point that you can get to foot traffic, and if it's elevated, it would limit access down onto the beach. So we're proposing the access stairs for that reason. There's a T at the end measuring 6 by 16. A shellfish survey was performed, and the area was determined not to have significant densities of shellfish. A harbor master did comment he had no issues with navigation. It's well below the 25% crossing rule. I think that sums it up. I'm happy to answer questions.
Doug?
I've got two again. Just to reiterate, I think one of the things you said is that there is adequate space underneath it for walking along the beach?
Yes.
This 5-foot minimum?
5-foot minimum, yes.
And the second is the current pier licensed or, you said substandard, but was it licensed, approved ever, or are we replacing something that actually was not ever approved?
You're paying too close attention. This is a new owner, and when they acquired the property, they were told it wasn't licensed. So they didn't want to try to license a substandard, so they advanced a plan to build a compliant pier, and then the next step will be to go forward, if you folks approve this, to go get a Chapter 9 license.
But we're not replacing this one with one that's been approved. This, and really should be looking at this as a...
This is a new
one.
dock.
And it seems like that's what your documentation is saying, is that, so I was surprised to see there was an existing one, because the documentation doesn't really talk about the existing one, probably most appropriately because it hadn't been
Well, it
ever
has no
approved.
license, it meets no other water depth requirements, it meets none of the standards of the Conservation Commission whatsoever, so it's in the best interest to just totally eliminate it.
Okay.
Other questions? Is there anyone in the audience that wants to speak in favor of this application? Seeing none, is there anyone in the audience who wants to speak against this application?
Can I ask
Seeing
one
none.
more question, Mr. Borselli?
Sure.
I just don't know the waterway well enough to know what kind of traffic is existing, either further upstream or downstream.
Well, this is about halfway up Green Pond. It's on the inside of the bridge.
Okay.
So boat traffic on the inside is limited because of the bridge restricts the type of boats. So, I mean, there's quite a bit of recreational boating. There's I don't know if there's dozens, but there's many docks like this in this area of Green Pond. They're typically, your day boaters that go to the Wacoit Beach or the Vineyard for the day.
And we say it's below the 25%, I think we're talking like it's probably more like 5%.
Oh, yeah.
Right, I mean, or maybe even less than that.
Yeah, absolutely, yes.
I'd move to, I'm sorry, close the hearing?
I had one other question, but I can't, so. And again, the order of conditions says this is only going to be one boat there, so we don't
Yes.
need to put that in order of conditions because it's already there.
Right.
All right, I will move to close the hearing.
Second?
All those in favor?
Aye.
I move approval of this, our license, the hearing. I do think this is an improvement, what's currently there, it'd be our first finding. Our recommendation from the harbor master is this will not impede anyone's navigation through the channel.
One more.
It is it's certainly appropriate pier compared to other ones in the area.
Well, it also complies with the current standards for piers
Right.
and docks.
And would also, I think, I'm not sure whether it's in the Conservation Commission, but would also put a condition that they get this licensed, which would be the next step anyway, I'm sure.
I think you could add one more thing, and that's by putting that, whatever it is, a ladder or stairs down from the pier to the salt marsh, you're basically helping to control erosion that would happen if people walk down a path. Yeah, I guess there was a set of steps underneath of where you're proposing the,
Yes.
so I guess that would have worked, but since this essentially is gonna overlap it, I think that's actually a good
Reduction.
feature.
Yep. Excellent.
Improvement then, great. So with those findings, there's a motion.
Move to approve.
Second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you very much.
Nice job, thank you. There you go. Get another sign. We're gonna do a couple of sign variance requests. We're a little bit early for the 8:15. Number 6, request for sign variance on-premise and off-premise promotional signage, Molly's parking, summer season. Same thing as always. Is there a motion?
I move approval.
Second?
All those in favor?
Aye.
Next item on the agenda is number 8, request for sign variance for off-premise promotional signs, Falmouth Commodores baseball clinics, mid-April to July 29, 2019.
I think you skipped the number 7.
Did I? Oh, I
Yes.
did. Sorry
But
about
I
that.
would move approval of number 8.
Right? All those in favor?
Aye.
And then we'll go back to number 7, request for sign variance, off-premise promotional sign for Gosnold Inc., prescription take-back day, April 27, 2019.
I would move approval and just remind folks to really pay attention to those signs and get rid of those prescriptions that are in your house that you don't need. This is a good opportunity to dispose of those, and then it keeps them out of the hands of folks who they can become a problem for. So a great opportunity to get rid of them safely.
And out of the natural environment, and I second
Yes.
that.
Don't put them in the toilet.
Yes.
Exactly.
All those in favor? We did vote that,
No, we
great.
didn't vote.
Okay.
We didn't vote it.
All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
We could probably do item number 5. Special event weaver for the Jack Back.
So number 5, whether to vote to approve a request for a waiver of special event permit fee, Run Jack Run Family Fun Run Walk. Is someone here from the run? Okay, well, this is a familiar event to the board. What's your pleasure?
I would move approval.
Second?
Second?
All those in favor?
Aye.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We do have some 2019 annual seasonal license renewals. I think we can get through a few of those. Doug, you want to start reading?
Well, before we do, I just wanted to reiterate what we heard from the police chief last week. We'd had quite a bit of discussion about the Falmouth Pier 37 boathouse issues 2 years ago and the year before, and they made some significant improvements to their parking and to their handling the issues, and Chief Dunn reported that they had no issues there at all last year. And so I just want to congratulate them and encourage them to continue to do the same thing before we approve their license. But really, appreciation and congratulations for the fine work they did in working with the police department to come up with a solution to that.
Very, very well,
With that,
done, a
I
good
will
point.
move approval of all alcohol restaurant license for the Falmouth Raw Bar, for Falmouth Pier 37, for the Landfall Restaurant, for the Quicksoul Taqueria, and for Shuckers.
Second?
All those in favor?
Aye.
All alcohol club license to the Seacoast Shores Association.
Second?
All those in favor?
Aye.
Common victual license to Florence Tea Room,
Second?
All those in favor?
Aye.
and lodging house license to the Frederick William House and the Captain's Manor Inn.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. And we'll go through a couple of minutes of meetings. First is the public session for January 28, 2019.
Let's see, here were a couple of edits that I would recommend. On page 5, so the 4 lines up from the bottom, it says, Mr. Patterson noted, just to clarify the language a bit, noted, this is not increasing taxes to increase taxes, period. We have a huge wastewater treatment problem that will benefit from the increased revenue.
And with that
That's
change,
Well, and then one other name correction on page 3. Oops. No, I'm sorry, that's not the case. That's another set of minutes. While we're in discussion, though, I noticed that the town manager had committed to actually giving us a list of those tax properties, and I just would hope that that's still moving through the administrative process. That's noted on page 3. I just didn't want it to be lost.
Mr. Suso, is that the case?
So it's just above 3 at the very bottom.
Yes, yeah, we will get
Revisit
that to the board.
All right, so with those changes, is there a motion?
I move that we approve and release the public meeting minutes on Monday, January 28th.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Next, February 25th, 2019, public session.
I move approval and release.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
March 11, 2019.
That one too, I move approval and release.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Executive session minutes, December 11, 2017.
I move approval, and I think we can release that one also.
I think they've been approved, so it's just releasal, right?
Right.
Correct,
Oh, is
just
that okay?
releasing?
Then I move that we release this for public access.
Is there-
Second.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
And then the executive session for March 11, 2019, whether to release.
I would hesitate on releasing this one. I thought this was just for approval purposes, because this is recent, March
Yeah,
11th.
I think it is just for approval.
Yeah, but I would move approval but not release.
Second that?
Yeah, that's,
All
it's
those in
ongoing.
favor?
Aye.
Okay, thank you, well done. And then the list of, so, Mr. Sousa, with respect to item 11C, the proposal is to review the packet.
It just constitute votes to release if the board
Can
so
we-
affirms.
Can we do that, so they've been, my understanding is they've been reviewed by town council.
Yes.
We've already approved all of these minutes, because these are very old minutes.
Right.
Someone did.
Yes, some of them are from 2002. So can we move them in a bundle? Are we able to do that? Mr. Jones, do you know that?
I believe you can, but I think you need to refer to the dates if possible.
Right.
Right, do you want to go
Sure.
for
Then
it?
I'd
Thank you.
move to release the executive session minutes for February 11th, 2002, December 1st, 2008, March 10th, 2008, March 17th, 2008, June 23rd, 2008, October 6th, 2008, January 26th, 2009, March 30th, 2009, August 3rd, 2009, August 31st, 2009, October 5th, 2009, January 25th, 2010, June 14th, 2010, and September 20th, 2010.
Second?
All those in favor?
Aye.
Great.
Okay, we're back now to the 8:15 agenda item, which is a water rate hearing. Read the public notice, the Town of Falmouth Board of Selectmen, as provided under Chapter 119, Section 1 of the Code of Falmouth. A public hearing will be held in the Selectmen's Meeting Room Town Hall on Monday, March 25th, 2019, at 8:15 p.m. to increase the water service rates in the Town of Falmouth. This is noticed by me as Chair of the Board of Selectmen. Publication date, Friday, March 15, 2019, in the Falmouth Enterprise. Mr. Suso, do you want to tee this up?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. We have with us here this evening our Water Superintendent, Steve Rafferty, and our Wastewater Superintendent, Amy Lowell, as well as Finance Director, Jennifer Petit. We have been working with those staff members, as well as Public Works Director, Ray Jack, on analysis of water and sewer rates. It's been 3 years now since the board considered, held a hearing on, considered and acted upon, ultimately, both a water and a sewer rate increase. At that time, we indicated that we would be returning to the board a couple years hence, which we are now doing with the hearing to present recommendations, as you'll see, include a modest water rate increase and no increase in sewer rates. This would be for the board's taken under advisement at this hearing and potentially acting upon it at your next regular business meeting on April 22nd. So if it's agreeable, I'll defer to our Water Superintendent, Steve Rafferty.
Welcome.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to be in front of you this evening. Julian's teed this up quite well. As he pointed out, the last time we were before you 3 years ago, there were some fairly substantial rate increases compared to past rate increases. Those were driven by our best estimates of the cost of operating the new plant, paying for a portion of the new plant, operating the new sewer system, paying for a portion of the cost of the new sewer system. And at that time, we said we would come back and advise you how we were doing, and if, as necessary, adjust the rates. As pointed out, tonight's presentation is going to propose a modest, gradual water rate increase. I'm using the phrase 2% because it's the easiest thing to do in this presentation. When we get to the actual motions and numbers, you'll see that they're a little bit plus or minus at 2% at a couple of spots there. Amy will talk about the sewer side of this, but we are not proposing any sewer rate increase at this time. The water rate is based upon the premise that the water rate should cover all of the direct and indirect operating costs. These are the costs of labor, the cost of chemicals, the cost of electricity. Our indirect costs are things like we use town vehicles, we use town fuel, we use town accounting, so there's a factor in there for that. And back at the time of the major projects coming forward, working with the finance director, it was decided that the goal was to cover about half of the debt of the new water plant, which is about $1.3 million. The current water rates have been running a revenue shortfall against the projected amount of revenue we need to raise of about $500,000. The good news is when we estimated the direct and indirect operating costs 3 years ago for the new plant, we're pretty much spot on. We're a little high in a couple categories, a little low in another category, and it all blended out. So we're not in here saying the plant's going to cost a lot more than we thought 3 years ago to run. It's costing what we expected it to cost. If we could have come in here tonight under one alternative and said, let's raise the rates by 6%, boom, close that revenue gap, but the town is in excellent financial health right now, and we thought it would be better to ease it in at a 2% rate over the next 3 years rather than a one-time shot and just gradually raise it up. On your package, you probably have this in all blue. 2016, 2017, and 2018, those are actual revenues. A couple of factors happen with revenues. One is if it's a wet year, we use a little less water. If it's a dry year, we use a little bit more. So part of that is a predictive process. The other element of predicting how much money you'll raise in revenue really goes to what I call human behavior factors. As the rates went up 17% and 10%, to what extent do people find ways to save water or reduce water consumption? And we've had a couple of major users who elected to put in their own wells and irrigate using well water, and/or we're seeing an effect of some decreased consumption in certain areas. Not significant, but enough to trim off the top there and put us in a little bit of a revenue location. So to frame this for you here, this is a table that says currently, so backtracking here a little bit, in a minute you'll see a motion, and then we'll circle back to it at the end. There's actually 8 different meter sizes in town with 8 different values attached to them, but they all fundamentally work back to how much it costs for 100 cubic feet of water. Currently, 100 cubic feet of water is priced at $3.30. 90% or more of the town is on a residential 5/8 inch meter, and twice a year they pay $58. The increase we're proposing is to take that $3.30 rate, which is over towards the right-hand side, and raise it at 2% a year to $3.37, $3.43, and $3.50. And the corresponding side to that is, if you look at the minimum charge, that'll go from $58 twice a year to $59 twice a year, to $60 twice a year, to $62 twice a year. And again, to help frame the picture here, roughly half of all of the buildings we put out. So keep in mind, we build twice a year. Roughly half of all the buildings we put out are only for the minimum. A lot of that's driven by the seasonality of the homes, and people don't use the water in the winter. But another factor of that is that we have a population in this community where an awful lot of homes have 2 people in it. 2 people in a home using water at a normal rate will just about hit the minimum number each time. I won't read this entire thing. Somebody else gets to read it later. But this shows all 8 of the rates and the corresponding numbers that factor in there for all of that. And again, it all works out more or less into the 2% range by the time you do it over time. A couple of the earlier years were a little bit under on the minimum rate, a little bit higher on the minimum when we get out, but that's the water portion. If you want, I'll answer questions on water now, or Amy can do the wastewater side, and we'll answer them all at the end.
Doug?
On the water rate issue, the 2 things I would love to suggest. One is that we reduce the non-excess rate increase and increase the excess rate increase. That right now, you're saying it's about $3.50 per 100 cubic feet, and up to the excess. I would love to make the excess, and what I'd really love to do is have about gradation. So if you exceed the excess by a little bit, it's a certain cost. If you exceed the excess by more than that, then it's a lot more money. If you're using a lot more water, I would say let's have that rate be pretty high, and say those people who are using way more water than others are going to be paying for it.
Can I just ask a sub-question before you answer that? What would that do to families as opposed to just a 2-person home?
So I'll answer this question as best I can. I'm going to frame it a little bit here. We are also currently right in the midst of converting over from the old billing system that's been around forever, Top Gun, to a new system. We have a vendor on board, I believe now named Vadar, and that will take the better part of the upcoming year to do that whole crossover and implement.
I'll wait.
It's okay.
I understand the question. That answers it perfectly.
But it'll be easier to shift the rate structure around a little bit in the future.
Right.
But when I do analysis of users, roughly 80 to 82% of all of the users on the system use less than twice the minimum. So 2-person households in this community are typically using around 40 units a year, which is the minimum amount, the amount you get for paying the minimum. Families of 4 to 5 are typically using twice that amount of water. And then the graph kind of takes off fairly quickly above that 83. One of the difficulties in terms of restructuring the rates, and I'm more than willing to delve into it over the next couple of years and try to figure out how to make it more promoting conservation, if you will, which is what is a goal here, is kind of sorting out some of the higher users, because some of those higher users are businesses and/or industry, commercial facilities in town who have reasons for high water use, particularly some of the restaurants and folks like that. So there's a little bit of working with that to make it
That answers my question. Thank you.
more conservative, okay?
Thank
And I think I answered your question
You
on
did.
families.
Thank you very much. Any other questions? Doug?
Got solar panels on your building yet?
We have solar panels on Crooked Pond.
Oh, yeah? Because that could reduce costs and keep the bills down, right?
Sure. I guess we'll take Amy next. Welcome, Ms. Lowell.
Hi, Amy Lowell, the town's wastewater superintendent. So as you now have heard a couple of times, we're not actually proposing right now to increase the sewer rate. But I did want to give some background to that because the sewer rate has been a topic of discussion at town meeting and in other venues recently. So approximately 1,400 property owners recently became connected to the town's sewer system and saw sewer bills for the first time on their water bills. And that's in the Little Pond Sewer Service area. As you know, there are about 1,000 properties who have been connected to the sewer for anywhere from 70 to 35 years or fewer, and have been paying a sewer bill on their water bill for that entire time. But for the Little Pond Sewer Service Area customers, it was a new expense. And perhaps because the wastewater division, honestly, didn't do a good enough job communicating about what that new bill was going to look like. And because it was the first time they're seeing it, there has been some concern about sewer billing. At this time, we're not proposing a rate increase for the next 3 fiscal years. The wastewater division's revenue does cover its operating cost. I've gone back and looked at this, our revenue and our cost over the last couple of years since the last rate increase, and our operating budget is on target for where we thought it would be, and the revenue is covering the operating budget. If the sewer rate were decreased, which actually has been one of the ideas thrown out there because of the recent concern about bills, funds would obviously need to be raised elsewhere within the town's budget, or less funding would be available for town's needs. Falmouth's rate, though it can be an adjustment at first, it is in fact a reasonable, normal rate for a sewer system. In fact, a typical Falmouth homeowner's annual sewer cost is about 25% less than the median annual sewer cost among comparable towns. And I'll show you a graph of that. And by comparable, what I mean is small to medium coastal Massachusetts towns. So this chart shows a number, I don't know, I can't remember how many are in there, but a number of small to medium coastal Massachusetts towns. The data in this table, or this chart is based on data that is generated by Ty and Bond, the engineering company, who goes out and they do a rate survey across all of Massachusetts communities every 3 years. And the data in here is based on their report for 2017. And what it shows for these communities is that the median is about 125% of Falmouth's annual sewer cost. And the max obviously is a lot higher. There are some communities, including some local ones, that do pay less. But our rate is well within where it belongs for sewer charges. Maintaining the sewer rate at its current level through FY23 would grant customers 6 years in a row without a sewer rate increase. So while we're not proposing to decrease, we are proposing to keep it level, which is a pretty, I consider under these circumstances, a pretty fair plan. And Steve had mentioned that the town is planning to switch over the next year, is working to switch over the next year from our older billing system, Top Gun, to a new system. That new system will be more flexible, and we do, with the Board of Selectmen's feedback at a later date, we do plan to switch to a quarterly billing system, which would spread the bills over the year more evenly. Obviously, that's not a rate decrease, but one of the issues with the water and sewer bill is that it only comes twice a year, and most other bills you get, all other utility bills you get really come monthly. So your cable and your electricity and your gas, those are all monthly bills, and they're divided into 12 units a year. We're not at this point envisioning monthly billing, but going to quarterly billing would help reduce the impact of each individual bill. And that's it for now.
Doug and then Megan?
Is there any possibility in the future of being able to actually figure out how much wastewater a house produces? We know how much water goes in through the water meter. Instead of, I know the proposal at town meeting is to put in a second water meter. Would another option be putting a meter on the outflow and charge them for that?
So that's not generally done, because I'm not sure it's done anywhere
Okay.
because
That's
of the difficulty of metering small wastewater flow.
Okay.
It just would get clogged. The pipe is not full. And, you know, we do meter full pipe, pressure pipe, and we do meter channeled, larger wastewater flow. But to meter what's coming out of a 4-inch home domestic sewer service is, as to my knowledge, not possible.
Megan?
I just had a question. I don't want to put you on the spot if you don't have it, but like Steve, do you have a sense of sort of, you know, kind of what that average wastewater bill would be? Because I know we've heard a lot of examples of some of the extreme ends, and I'm just wondering if you have a sense, now that you've had a chance to look at it, kind of an average number.
So I didn't actually.
Or not an average, but.
I didn't look at an average. I picked basically a round number of 150 gallons per day of water use, which 80% or 79% of the sewer customers in town actually use less than that.
Okay.
So this is maybe in that four-person a house family range. At a customer who uses 150 gallons of water per day would end up paying about $490 per year for sewer use and $226 a year for water, which amounts to, if you break that down by 12, I know that's not what anybody actually, you know, you don't see that on a monthly basis, but it's $40 a month, $41 a month to be precise for sewer, and it's about $19, $20 a month for water. So that's not the average customer. That's actually higher than the average customer. So it's a significant bill, but it is, I believe, a reasonable bill for the service and in comparison to other communities.
Sam?
Thank you.
You know, I think on the other extreme where the bill comes less frequently is when you have to have your septic system replaced.
Mm.
And people tend to forget about that because they pay it and then it's 20, 25 years later, maybe they have to have it pumped a few times, but I think if you look at the cumulative cost, the people coming out ahead who are on the sewer, based on the cost that you've just given us.
Megan?
Well, and I think, you know, the other piece of it is that particularly in coastal communities, we're unique. And so there is, you know, there's a literal cost to living in the environment that we live in and keeping it beautiful. I mean, this sewering was done to protect, you know, in large part to protect our estuaries and our waterways that people love, that, you know, have property values, they increase to your property value, they obviously just increase to your enjoyment of where you live. And there is a literal cost to that because, you know, we can't continue to do things the way we used to. So I really thank you for saying that. I think maybe more outreach, and I know you did a ton, but it was something so new that I think it was a shock. And part of it was I don't know that the town had the information. I don't think we knew yet what those bills might have looked like, but I thank you for saying that because I think that that's part of maybe that sticker shock that folks had. I think the other piece of it is that, you know, folks are living their daily lives, so generally we don't pay attention until a bill comes due. Sometimes we hear about projects and then the bill comes due and suddenly it's a surprise. But I think it's helpful to hear some of those numbers because I think we've heard sort of, as I said before, sort of that far end where maybe there are more people in the house, maybe there's, you know, sort of a lot of guest flow in the summertime, and those bills were much larger. So it's helpful to have that, so thank you.
So, a few months back, or several, I guess, when these bills were starting to come and people were starting to kind of get upset and concerned, we talked about possibly considering some different water rates, but given the explanation that was given in the packet that we have here, I think we're really at the right place. I don't think it's excessive. I think people just need to get used to it, and that's gonna be it. The second thing is, though, same as I asked Steve, is there plans to put some solar panels out at the wastewater facility?
We do not have those plans, no. It's something that we could definitely consider. There is area out there. The town is moving away from the wind turbines.
Right.
And that is certainly something the town can consider.
Thanks.
Megan? I just had one other, and I know you can't predict too far into the future, but I just want to make sure that we're not, I don't want folks to sort of live under this idea that, so there's not going to be a rate hike for 3 years, and then there's going to be like a, you know, 15, 17, 20%? I mean, I know it's down the road, but are we anticipating that it sounds like we're kind of on the right track. I know there's lots of factors that go into it, but I don't, I wouldn't want to give folks a false sense of security, and then
Right.
year 4, it's an enormous hike. So I don't know if anyone can speak to that with,
So obviously, I can't say 3 years down the road what we will be doing or what the board will vote. But Steve and I have both talked about how a model for the future might be more like what he's proposing this year. That we go to something closer to an smaller annual increase rather than coming back every larger number of years with something bigger. So I think that's
The model you might
reasonable. We don't, I think there's no point in keeping it low just to make it a lot higher later.
Maybe by then we can have solar panels out there. We don't need a rate increase.
There you go.
Doug?
How close are we to actually finishing, getting done with the Little Pond Sewer Service area, where we can close out the contract? And I know there's still some negotiation for some monies left over with particularly the grinder pump houses as potential reimbursement there.
Well, the Bourne Pond Bridge is the big remaining cost in that entire debt exclusion, and that,
gonna be a way.
really to be able to accurately account for remaining funds, come back to the board for this potential adjustment that we've talked about, which is certainly still envisioned, we need to have the accurate accounting, so I think that one needs to be quite a bit further down the road.
Okay, thank you.
So, Sam?
Or I kind of agree with Megan, we ought to be thinking about just gradually moving the rate up rather than hitting a step 3 years from now on whatever increase in costs there are, because ultimately the citizens of the town have to pick up whatever's not paid for by the actual sewer users. And so I would be more interested in seeing a kind of a predicted gradual increase rather than just simply no increase for the next 3 years.
Or 6, I think.
Well, it will be 6 total. 3 now, and they haven't had anything for,
Historically.
yeah.
Food for thought.
No, this was really
Is there anyone in the audience that wants to speak to this issue? Seeing none, is there a thought on the board to leave comments open to our next meeting?
I think that's
That's a good
appropriate.
idea.
Sure.
Is it appropriate to do the motion now, or we wait till we reopen
I
the hearing?
think probably when we'll wait.
You can do it on the 22nd.
Right.
Okay.
That's what we would request in order, and by the way, Madam Chair, the reason for that date is to allow timely notification to our users of the potential rate increase, whatever's voted by the board.
Great, so just to be clear for those watching at home and in the audience, if you have a comment, a concern, a question with respect to the water and sewer rates, send that in to the Board of Selectmen. We'll get it answered for you, or you're also invited to the next meeting, which Mr. Suso will be
April 22nd?
April 22nd.
Did you want to continue the hearing, leaving it open?
Do we have a
Good idea.
specific time? Let's leave it open, continue it, and what would be the suggested time, considering, I guess we have a 7:30 already?
I think you need a time.
Yeah, perhaps you don't need an official time.
Even though it's a continuation of a hearing?
But no harm in specifying it if you care to, maybe.
7:45, since we have a 7:30?
Could be 7:45 or 8 o'clock.
Okay, 7:45 then.
I think one thing to let people know is we're looking, because we have the rate structure in front of us, is just to be clear that most of these 2% increases are going to have the effect of your annual bill going up by $2, $4, $6 is the kind of increase we're talking about for most of the houses we're discussing.
Right. In fact, it would be helpful, I think, if the presentation was on the website, in case anyone wanted to take a look.
Can I just run-
Megan?
Is there, because we're gonna be addressing this again, in an article at town meeting, is there a plan to have this information and present it at town meeting? Is there any plan to have this information available, or? So I'm just, we had sort of, and I don't mean explosion in a negative way, but an explosion of comments and concerns about this issue, at really our last two, or at least at our last town meeting, I believe, or the one before. And it was a lot of conversation. We sort of said we would kind of return to it and have this particular discussion for the public. So I want to make sure that because that same article, that we have a similar article, the topic is once again going to be in front of town meeting, I think it's helpful for there to be some kind of, some of this information for town meeting members so that they, again, have something to kind of compare with the presentation they'll get from the petitioner.
I think you can definitely expect Mr. Rafferty and Ms. Lowell will have this information available and be present right there. Absolutely. Good, very good point. In that case,
I'll second Doug's motion.
Okay.
To continue the hearing?
To continue, all those in favor? Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. So the next item on the agenda is the 8:45 fee hearing for the Zoning Board of Appeals proposed new fee for processing amendments, an amendment fee of $50. The hearing notice states as follows. As provided under Chapter 119 of the Code of Falmouth, a public hearing will be held in the Selectmen Meeting Room, Falmouth Town Hall, on Monday, March 25th, 2019, at 8:45 p.m. to establish and promulgate fees which are effective as of March 26, 2019, to be charged by town departments and agencies, except as provided by general laws, school department, planning board, library, town clerk, town treasurer, and collector of taxes. By me as chair of the Board of Selectmen, the proposed changes in fees are listed below. For the Department Zoning Board of Appeals, the present fee is none. The proposed new fee is $50, and such further changes as proposed at the meeting. This was advertised in the Falmouth Enterprise Friday, March 15, 2019. Welcome. We have the chair of the board.
Good evening, Madam Chair. TJ Hurry, I'm the chairman of the Zoning Board of Appeals. Noreen Stockman is also with us tonight, the new zoning administrator, and she drafted a memorandum to you dated February 1st, 2019, requesting a $50 fee to amendments regarding ZBA projects. And as you noted, Madam Chair, there is no existing fee to that. The rationale behind the proposal of the fee, there's no hard data, or I don't have any hard data for you tonight to back this up, but there's definitely been an uptick of requests asking for amendments of projects, mainly with special permits that have already been approved before the board. And of course, it's usually dealing with pre-existing non-conforming issues. About 80% of the town falls under our jurisdiction with regard to setbacks, lot coverage, things of that nature. And there's a common condition that we usually draft in our decisions that states that any deviation, no matter how minor, needs to come back before the board for our consideration. And that's with the town's interest at mind, protecting the town's interest and ensuring adherence to zoning. Basically, reviews of these approvals, they do take time, both by our staff, and whenever I get a chance in front of you to remind you how hard our staff is working, it's a staff of 2 people, Ashley and Noreen, and before Noreen, Sari. They are very hardworking, and these sort of reviews need the same amount of time and effort as the original project itself, just to ensure the zoning is being adhered to. And the board and the staff have been accommodating to the homeowners who have applied, and we realize that ultimately during applications that somewhere down the line after they receive initial approval from us, they may want to change something minor, and it's with that in mind and that uptick that we've been seeing recently that we're suggesting a $50 fee is appropriate. Our fee schedule ranges from $150 to $225, the $150 being single family dwellings and uses, and $225 would apply to commercial projects.
Did you have any sense of how many requests per year you get along these lines? So how much are we going to make for the $50? Is it 100?
That's a very good question, Madam Chair. And Noreen, I'm not sure if you have any numbers.
Ballpark.
Noreen Stockman, zoning administrator. So I'm brand new, so I could only tell you based on the 3-ish months that I've been here. But but we've had probably about 4 or 5 requests thus far. And I think what I find unusual is that the zoning board process takes about 3 to 4 months anyway, so you'd expect people to make changes within that period of time and come in with their final plan, and yet we'll still have changes requested. They want, you know, a little more space or some tweak to the addition, or we had one circumstance where they actually were proposing a fuel tank that instead they wanted to bury underneath the ground, which is actually better for the town, and there was support for that, but it still requires work on the board's behalf to make those changes. So I just felt that it was a value to the town that you capture those additional requests.
I guess, you know, being a municipality and really a service organization, I could get it if we would have to hire someone to make the change, or it sounds a little bit penalizing.
Well,
And
so
I'm
it's not for minor changes. You know, you'll often find people will change window locations or doors or something like that. But when people are making major changes to their project, they have to go back to their surveyor and get their plan updated. They have their architect update the plans, and then you have to recognize those changes in a new document that you have to prepare and file with the clerk, and then it goes to the Registry of Deeds. So it's just reflecting more time that the town is dedicating to helping homeowners get what they want for their changes.
But again, what is the cost of that? We already have the same staff hired for the same amount of hours. So it's not really connected to an increased cost.
Well, no, it's just more work that, so in other words, when a homeowner comes in with those changes, you accommodate them within your schedule. So someone else who's paid a new application fee may wait a little bit longer for their turn or something like that. So we've actually tried to facilitate people who have already been through the process so that with their amendments, they actually get put in on on a hearing sooner, because we don't notice them as a new application.
And so with respect to the schedule, it's also not gonna help that because the work still has to be done. So, I mean, is the idea that people are gonna say, oh, God, I don't wanna pay the $50, I won't ask for the amendment, so you won't have the work, so there won't be the delay? I'm kind of missing
No, it's more for, like I said, for projects where there's a substantial change. And so, like I said, they do have to go back to their surveyor, and they're paying to get their plan updated. Their architect is updating their plans as well. So it's just a matter of capturing for the town the additional work that you're doing that you've sort of already done to some extent.
Okay, any questions? Sam?
Yes, I think this fee is so small that the town's investment in accommodating folks is far greater. So I think this is a minimal kind of ask for whoever it is that's coming back in for basically a change, you know, in the proposal that they originally made. Yes, it might be just an amendment, but nevertheless requires a certain amount of research and history. I can't imagine that you can pay for the additional time our staff spends with $50 worth of income that comes from this. So I think this is, I don't agree with you. I think this is a small token, really, to go ahead and process, and then actually to give priority, because that project may be delayed if the amendment isn't actually handled by the ZBA. So I see it as a service plus, honestly.
Megan?
But I guess, so if someone comes in and their project changes substantially, and they are investing the money to sort of redo plans and things like that, I mean, I would suspect that they're not doing that kind of just, you know, they're gonna, the $50 is gonna probably pale in comparison to the price they're paying for professional services from outside, you know, surveyors or engineers or builders or contractors or whatever it might be. So I guess I also just don't understand what the fee, if the fee is meant to prevent it, I don't know that it prevents it, because they're already paying so much for the change, because it must be necessary to warrant and, you know, wanted enough to warrant everything else they're investing in it. So I guess I just don't understand what, to me, it looks like it's a fee to just kind of capture some additional fees for the town. So I guess I'm just not, I'd rather have the fee for permits
the
go
fee.
up to,
Exactly.
but, so that's just my.
Doug?
I feel like that they're just trying to recoup for the town the money for the time that they're working, spending on doing this extra work. I mean,
Yeah.
It seems fair to me. They're going back and reopening the file, spending more time. They're gonna spend at least a couple hours on it, so.
But isn't, I'm just to play devil's advocate, isn't that, if someone's at work for sort of 8 hours, or, right, isn't that, whatever they fill the day is with whatever, if this person's amendment, if their change has to come later because they're working on something else, so I guess I don't understand, I don't understand how the town loses money with someone coming back for an amendment. That's what I just don't, maybe I'm missing something.
That's the job,
I don't think-
otherwise it's a penalty.
I don't
Doug?
think it's losing money, but I don't think that's the correct question. They're getting a service. And right now, they get a service for their original application, and there's a charge for it. Now they're getting an additional service. It's a smaller service, so the charge is a little bit less. Otherwise, we're thinking that the ZBA people are standing around waiting with nothing to do, and now we're gonna get them something to do. And I just think that's the wrong way of looking at that.
That's a bad assumption.
I think it's just that
I
there's
think
a...
of it as similar to a reinspection fee.
Right, I do too.
Reinspection fee. Sam?
I think the other, if the level of work increases, eventually we're gonna have to add staff anyway.
Right.
So this is almost a way of saying, all right, well, this is at least building to that point where we're gonna have to have another salary, or fraction of a salary. Plus, I don't even think it's gonna pay for that. It's just,
And I don't think you're gonna, it's not prohibitive. It's not gonna stop people from discovering these things, because it's just a matter of, like she said, with burying the fuel tank. That's something you discover as you're starting to go through the process. The contractor comes and says, well, you might wanna bury it, it's probably better.
Right.
And the homeowner says, oh, I'll get a better job, so it'll be worth doing, so. I think it's acceptable, personally. I'll probably have to pay it.
Is someone ready to make a motion?
No, we should take public.
I would move
Oh,
approval.
Sorry about that, yeah. Anyone here want to speak in favor? Please.
Leonard Johnson, North Falmouth. I would like to point out that most people who charge for professional service, including lawyers, do it by the hour, the amount of time spent on the project.
Right. But I don't get your tax dollars, so there's the difference.
Right. Anyone else like to speak in favor or against?
I move we close the hearing.
second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
And I feel that this is not a fee hearing we need to hold on till April 22nd. I
Right.
think we can go ahead and approve this tonight.
I'll second that.
So there's a motion to approve, a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
And one no.
And thank you for your hard work.
Thank you very much.
Both volunteers and staff in the
Absolutely.
ZBA.
Thank you again.
Thank you.
Thank you. So amazingly, we are right on time. We're moving to the business agenda. Number 1 is discussion on senior center staffing. And presenting will be?
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'd received a letter from the Chair of the Council on Aging regarding senior center staffing, and you had asked to afford an opportunity for Mr. Vieira to make comments regarding that, and
Absolutely.
happy to do so.
Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chairman. Jim Vieira, Chairman of the Council on Aging, and also here tonight is Jill Irving Bishop, the Director of the Senior Center. And I just want to start out by saying that the Council on Aging, on behalf of the Council on Aging, I express my gratitude to Board of Selectmen and the administration, and mostly to the taxpayers of the town of Falmouth for supporting our new senior center. You know, it's an exciting time for the Council on Aging, and really it should be an exciting time for all the citizens of Falmouth, including the seniors. So, you know, I don't want to come across as ungrateful for the efforts that we've all made to get to this point. And certainly additional staffing has always been part of the discussion. You know, right from the start, when we started talking about a new building, we knew that it would lead ultimately to more staffing. You know, that being said, you know, it's we've needed new staffing at the senior center for a long time. but as a former member of the Finance Committee and Jill having worked for the Finance Committee, we know there's a process. And just like our new building, there was a process to get the new building, and we were in line behind water projects and wastewater projects, and then we came up to the top of the list and got our new building approved. It's much the same with staffing. You know, we're entering a period where we are going to be getting new staffing, and we're actually delighted about that. At the Springtown meeting, there's going to be a new position, program coordinator, and you know, and that has been needed for a long time, and we're delighted that it's going to coincide with us moving into our new facility. And then subsequent to town meeting, you know, between this town meeting and November, we expect that we're going to be discussing some more staffing, receptionist position possibly, and obviously with the new building we need custodial, increase in custodial budget. That is not our budget, as you know, that goes into facilities maintenance, but that's also going to be up for discussion. So really it's been a process. Jill's been involved with the administration, Julian and Peter and Jennifer, you know, there's been give and take about it, and it's a process that we've participated in. We're happy with the results. We're looking forward to doing more work to get our building staffed further. You know, it's our goal at some point. Certainly probably not immediately when we move in, but at some point to have evening hours, you know, start out 1 or 2 nights a week and see how it goes. The opportunity for having the community school have some of the classes that are senior oriented in our own building would be great. You know, so we're entering into a transition period. We'll get our feet wet with the new building, see how things work out, and in some kind of an orderly progression, add the staff in as appropriate. In my letter, one of the things I mentioned is the possibility at some point of not just having custodial staff, but having the possibility of having some staffing, possibly as a shared staff, someone to help us set up our meeting rooms. We have several meeting rooms in the new building. Different programs take different setups. And in our building now, Jill uses her staff to break down tables, move chairs, set up. In the new building, that's going to be a lot more difficult. It's really not in their job description to start with. So we'd like to talk about going forward, you know, how can we facilitate that type of work within the building. So, you know, we have work to do. It's an ongoing process. We're hoping town meeting will support our new position for program coordinator in April, and that will be funded not immediately, but as in time for the new building. So it's all coming together, and we're quite happy with it.
Exciting. Questions? Sam?
Yeah, I appreciate the heads up as to things you anticipate, but I'm having trouble digesting the specifics behind each of these positions, and I think that's the kind of information I'm going to want eventually. We're going to justify a position. Well, why shouldn't it be shared with the rec center, with you know, any other facility managed by one central manager that moves those people around where the work is needed on a regular basis? Seems like managing it that way is more cost-effective for the town. And you know, as far as building specific activities, setting up and tearing down, well, I'd like to see some numbers. You know, what are the activities and what would be the logistics that are being required to move from one group activity to another? And there's nothing like that in here. And so, you know, I want a job description, but I also want to know how many times during the day that's going to be required before I'd be willing to stand up and support adding a staff to the particular facility. So that's what I'm basically saying. I need specifics and how many times, and that's the kind of information. But at this point, it's nice to say, you know, we need to be looking forward to potential need for this kind of staffing support. I appreciate that.
And that's exactly what we're doing. We're just saying that this is a process. this may be something that we're looking at, and, you know, as with everything else, it's been documented. Our new building was documented with needs, and I expect that any staff position will be also.
Doug?
I guess, I don't want to know that information that Sam's asking for. I want that to go to Julian, and he'll make that decision recommendation. That's actually, I don't think something for us to be hearing or discussing. That's his job, and then we make a recommendation to fund it or not, but I don't want to hear it.
I do. Because adding a position,
But I'm
That's-
gonna take his recommendation on it, not actually, I don't want the
aren't
school
you a town
committee.
meeting member?
I don't want, these recommendations should be coming through the town manager, not coming to the Board of Selectmen. The school department, they go to their boss, all these other organizations should be going to the town manager, not to the Board of Selectmen for requests. I just don't think that's our job. Our job is to set policy and take recommendations, and the charter is very clear on it, that the town manager is the one who makes decisions on personnel, and makes recommendations, and should be hearing all the information from people, not us.
And so I think Sam's point is well taken, but it would just really come from Julian. When
Right.
Julian comes to us with those
Yeah.
positions, he's gonna have those,
Yep.
those explanations for why he's making a particular recommendation,
Right.
so.
And I also think it's a great opportunity to publicize what's going on. What do program directors do? What do, sort of coming events kind of thing. So I think we can work out the process and get that done. But we appreciate the heads up and the coming attractions already. Any other questions, Doug?
I have a question now related to staffing, if that's all right. I noticed I got a nice little flyer from the Friends of Falmouth Senior Center, and they're trying to get funding, and I think one of the things that they're hoping for is a wood floor in that first floor in the large shared space room. I don't know,
No.
is that what they're after?
No, the Friends are a nonprofit, as you probably know, and they support activities at the senior center. And specifically, I think I wasn't involved in the flyer, but I got one. And I think that the things that they're specifying are such things as furnishings for the social spaces, the cafe and the activity room and those kinds of things. The fundraising isn't for the nuts and bolts of the building.
Right.
It's sort of for the other,
Finishing
maybe a
touches.
pool table or those kinds of things, where we can kind of supplement the budget for the nice-to-have features.
And I had heard some residents asking about the possibility of a wood floor in that large shared space room. And I understand that you're potentially using a vinyl floor tile in there?
What we're using is what they call luxury vinyl tile. The one that we've actually upgraded to is one that's cushioned, so that it's much more conducive to exercise-type activities. So we looked at that. We had a lot of discussions about wood floor, not wood floor, what we were going to put into this space. And we decided to go with what they call LVT, which I'm sure you're familiar with, and then we decided to go with an upgraded LVT so that it would be cushioned. And, I don't want to go through that whole discussion again tonight, but
I appreciate the update.
it was a lengthy discussion about the wood floor.
All right, thank you.
Anything else? I think we're good. Appreciate your...
Thank you very much. I
Thanks
hope
for your
people
time.
drive by, because it's starting to be, something you can really see from the road, so I hope folks will take a look.
Progress is going well.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Excellent.
Jim.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Jill, too, for coming. The next item on the agenda is the final report of the Route 28 Citizens Advisory Committee. Allison, welcome.
Hi, I'm Allison Leschen. I was the chair of this committee, and I do have just a handful of PowerPoint slides. Is there a way to show those, or?
Yep, absolutely.
Should be right down.
I could talk my way through it if not, but,
Allison, may I ask, was that report adopted by the committee then?
yes, yes.
Because, Madam Chair, you have copies of that in the purple binder.
Right, and I think we
Okay,
handed
Sharon,
them
you
out
got it on
already.
board?
Yeah,
Okay,
we
great.
did hand them out.
Yes.
I just wanted to make sure it was
on your
adopted.
desk with the-
adopted.
Absolutely.
Yeah, we did. We adopted
Great.
it as well as.
There it is.
And can that be made available in the same little drop-down menu as the agendas and the minutes, or where can we make that publicly available?
The final report, we'll post it on the website probably under the Selectmen's portion of the website, since it's a final report to the board.
Okay, just so that people know where that is.
I think I buried it in my,
Yeah, so did I.
I didn't realize it was part of the.
I'm mostly going to talk, but I do have a couple visuals that'll just make it easier. So just a brief reiteration for everybody's sake of sort of how we got here. The town is replacing the water main on Route 28 from Main Street to Oxbow Road. And when preliminary plans for that project were revealed, many people were very unhappy with the scale of them. And a large crowd turned out at a meeting where those plans were presented back in October. And most of those people were unhappy not only with the plan, but with the process involved. They felt there hadn't been an adequate opportunity for public input, and as a result, the plan reflected something that the community did not want. The Select Board appointed this committee to work out a compromise solution for Section 3 of this plan that would satisfy most stakeholders and would meet the requirements of the state's Complete Streets policy. Complete Streets is intended to ensure safe access to all road users, not just motorized vehicles, and it kicks in whenever there's major work done on a state road, which this of course is, and that's regardless of the funding source. In general, there was recognition that the existing conditions along that stretch for bikes and pedestrians are pretty terrible. Where there are sidewalks at all, they're in bad shape, there are telephone poles in the middle, it jumps from one side to the other, and just kind of peters out in many places. So this forces cyclists and pedestrians onto the road, which is dangerous for these vulnerable users and frustrating for drivers who get stuck waiting behind them to pass. There was a desire to improve this situation so that everyone from wheelchair users to kids biking to school to J1 workers getting to work to people walking their dogs or strollers could do so safely along this busy stretch of highway. However, there was also wide agreement that the plan as originally presented, which while not involving land takings, took up most of the 60-foot right-of-way and was overkill. Hence the appointment of this committee to find a balance between safe passage for all and maintaining the sort of feel or aesthetics of that stretch of T-Ticket highway. So the committee was appointed by the Selectmen back in December, I guess, or so. And we had 5 Thursday evening meetings beginning January 17th. We also spent the better part of a Saturday walking the entire stretch of our section, which, if I didn't already make clear, was from Sandwich Road to Oxbow Road, kind of the most easterly part. We literally carried the plan with us as we walked along, marking where trees needed to be moved or the path needed to curve around trees that we wanted to save, et cetera. We also held a public meeting to present our draft recommendations on Sunday, March 10th. All of those, of course, were open to the public, duly advertised, covered very well by the enterprise, several by FCTV. So there was, and we always had people from the public at our meetings. There was plenty of opportunity for people to get involved and have input, which of course was the idea. And town and project engineers also attended every meeting, which was including the site visit, and that was really helpful because we could immediately know, is this a crazy idea we're proposing, or is it actually feasible, engineering-wise, and is it something that MassDOT will buy, basically will approve of. So we didn't waste time going down paths that were crazy. So that was very helpful. So the final recommendations, which are in the report that you, I guess, have in front of you, and that will be posted, just to make clear, on the Selectmen's part of the website, right?
Yes.
They incorporate comments and answers to questions that we got along the way from the public as well as from the committee. if you want a detailed list of what those questions were and the responses, those can be found in the minutes that are on our part of the, where you find the agendas and the minutes. And the engineer's drawings will also try and make available. I can work with you, Julian, on doing that.
Okay.
So I want to just show a couple of slides. So first of all, this was the makeup of the committee, and I have to hand it to you. You did a really good job of, we had a good cross-section. We had, as you see, several abutters, planning board representative, bikeways committee representative, somebody who was a civil engineer, who'd done a lot of road projects. David Vieira was an ad hoc member, and then just some, interested citizens. We, I think, worked really well together. Several of them are here this evening, and also worked, I think, well with the engineers. So, it was a great process. And let's see, I want to show basic plan that we came up with. So just to kind of walk you through it, if I can. Well, I can probably do it from here. So basically, the roadway will consist of 11-foot travel lanes with then a fog line, the white stripe that you see, and then 2 more feet of pavement that's part of the roadway. Then there's a granite curb that will go up, and there'll be a approximately 2-foot vegetated buffer. And then on the south side of the path, which is kind of the water side, there'll be an 8-foot multi-use path that goes the whole length. There are a couple of, short places where that has to narrow down to 6 foot, or it curves around a really nice specimen old tree that we wanted to to preserve. We narrowed it to 6 foot in a couple of cases where either there was like an obstacle like that or a particularly shallow front yard, and we just wanted to really try and minimize the impact on those residents. On the north side, we start at Sandwich Road. It starts with a 6-foot path. There are more telephone poles and other things in the way along that section, and then that goes till Falmouth Lumber, at which point it goes back up to 8 feet. There's fewer obstacles out on the eastern edge there, the eastern part. So basically, we'll have on both sides of the roads, we'll have an 8-foot multi-use, 6 or 8-foot multi-use path, and just for reference, the Shining Sea is 10 foot. So it's, it's a good size. Should be plenty of room given the amount of traffic anticipated for people to pass or go in both directions, et cetera. All of the intersections will be kind of reconfigured, like Mara Vista, Sandwich Road itself. The crosswalks will all be brought up to ADA compliance. The lights will have icons that include a bike on them, so it's very clear. It's not just, that usually has a little pedestrian icon, but it'll be clear that, yes, bikes should go now too. The basic idea is to make it safe for anybody using any of these non-motorized conveyances. And that's done by, the curb will help by getting them, so literally the cars are physically blocked and separated, and the little bit of distance. The other advantage of the vegetated buffer, other than providing that literal buffer, the safety buffer, is the aesthetics. That the hope, there was a lot of push, including from the committee and also from the public, for landscaping, fairly extensive landscaping. That we do have to take some trees down, that those be replaced. There was a desire for the old elm trees to come back, the disease-resistant ones that are available now, but also just to sort of try and create the kind of LA, boulevard look with tree-lined, and to help both screen the bikes and pedestrians from the cars, but also the residents who live there from the road. And I've got just a couple of sort of example before and after shots. if you read across, it's before and after, two different situations. These aren't exactly analogous to ours, but close enough that you can see that, something that's kind of not super, nice looking, you can really improve the look of it if you add a multi-use path or a, whatever kind of path and some nice landscaping. So that is the hope, and the engineers will be working with a landscape architect, landscaper, who's familiar with local species that can thrive in a difficult environment of salt and root compaction and emissions from cars, et cetera. So that is the general plan, and there are a lot more detailed specific things in the report which you can read about. But there are two other issues that I want to kind of emphasize here. One is connectivity. The committee and the public both expressed the desire to continue the design beyond the project scope in both directions, rather than just kind of spilling or sort of dumping people back onto the roadway or onto sidewalks that are designed only for pedestrians. Paths separated from the road like these are and protected by a curb or other barrier greatly increase the feeling of and the actual safety of users. Studies have shown that the percentage of people who will use bikes for transportation jumps from only 1% when they have to share the road with cars to 30% or more if protected bike lanes are available. Continuing a separated multi-use path all the way through T-Ticket and Davisville to the village, to Main Street Village, would enable anyone who lives along that whole stretch or any of the side streets to routinely do errands or get to work by bike if they so desire. This could translate to 30% fewer cars, snarling traffic, and competing for parking spaces. For some people, particularly summer workers, a bike is their only transportation option. Wheelchair users would also have far more freedom to negotiate that stretch and perhaps reduce their reliance on rides. Children attending T-Ticket school would be able to get there by foot or bike, and Mullen Hall and Lawrence schools are within easy reach as well. We owe it to all of these users to provide safe means of conveyance. Members of the committee expressed desire and willingness to extend our charge through the Phase 1 and 2 sections of the water main project. In other words, back as far as Main Street or Gifford Street. At the other end, from Oxbow Road going east, if we continued the path at least to the Davisville lights, that would provide connectivity to East Falmouth Elementary School, a lot more people who live in that area, and up John Parker Road to the new Coonamessett River Greenway Trail. Children from both schools could walk to this wonderful resource on school field trips. If the town adopts a complete streets policy, hundreds of thousands of dollars would be unlocked for funding projects like that. The other issue is public input. So the committee felt that this process, once the committee was formed, provided an excellent model for citizen involvement for future large-scale projects in town. As evidenced by the large and largely unhappy turnout of people at the October meeting, residents of Falmouth care very much about their town, particularly with regards to projects that will affect how the town looks and functions far into the future. They want to have a say in planning these projects. We feel strongly, and comments from the public concur, that formation of this committee should act as an example for the future. But citizen involvement should happen at the beginning of a project, rather than in reaction to angry public outcry midway through. Filling a room with 150 angry citizens should not be the bar for having concerns heard. Appointment of a citizens advisory committee with stakeholders and interested citizens could be a routine part of large roadway projects, as it is for buildings now, like I think the senior center. The openness necessitated by public meeting laws means that interested parties can have input and ask questions along the way, even if they aren't on the committee. Committee member Representative David Vieira presented what he had learned in his Complete Streets training, making an excellent case for Falmouth to join the over half of Massachusetts communities who have adopted Complete Streets policies. These communities appoint a Complete Streets working group comprised of stakeholders, including members of relevant departments and existing committees designated by the Board of Selectmen. The working group has input into road construction projects. This would fulfill the role described above of a Citizens Advisory Committee devoted to road projects. And again, adopting this policy gives towns access annually to up to $450,000 of construction funds and $50,000 for design, so that these projects can include safe accommodations for all road users. So with that, the committee members appreciate the opportunity to serve, and I'd be happy to take questions if there are any.
Do you want to recognize the members that are here?
Sure, yeah. We have Jim Marshall, Mary Berry in the back row, and John Sylvia right here. So
Thank you, and thanks to
is that everybody? And then, oh, sorry, Charlotte, I didn't see you. Charlotte Harris over on the other side, yep. And then Peter McConerty, of course, is one of the engineers who was very helpful along the way.
Of course, I mean, I certainly have to agree, particularly with the strategic planning of the Board of Selectmen toward communication. This fits exactly in the planning aspect to really do it from the beginning as opposed to reactionary. I think there wouldn't be anyone who would disagree with that, but the point was very well made by the committee and the report, and it worked out, you know, I think terrifically, and down to the fact that really the assurance that folks who are abutters, that you actually saw someone come and look at your situation. And I think that really person-to-person input went so far, just in terms of, you know, having those concerns really addressed in the important way that those folks felt they should be. So kudos to you all, and thanks to Peter and everyone else who was involved in that. Sam, please.
I just want to commend you for the open meeting you had on your draft proposal as well. That was extremely well done, and they literally went from property to property all the way down the street, so that individuals that Doug was there, individuals that were there concerned about their own property could ask questions and zoom in on the plan and see just where it actually was going to interface their own property. It was very well done.
That was excellent.
And so I just want to commend you on that. In terms of communication, I don't think you could have handled that any better.
And all the several residents that were there got to see exactly their property, and they zoomed in on it with David's little laptop there, and everyone was actually pleasantly surprised with the outcome. So it was really very productive. Very good job.
And I really like you know, we've talked a lot about, you know, in the context of a transportation committee, but I've often said for every project, every major initiative, we absolutely have to include transportation, because our roads were not made for the capacity we're already handling. If we're going to keep growing, that element has got to be addressed. So I think what the committee has proposed really dovetails with that need that we've been seeing growing more and more. So, you know, I think that we'll certainly be taking that into consideration project by project, but maybe look at just a standing committee idea, depending on, you know, what might be the better fit. So I think you can see that on a future meeting as well.
Right, whether it's a Complete Streets committee, which fits that bill very well.
Exactly.
And while you're at it, you know, it allows access to all that money, so.
Yes, and then, you know, sort of the public outreach process here, where you've had a lot of meetings, they've been open public meetings for folks to come and participate, comment on. I think that certainly, you know, we never seem to have enough outreach and do it in enough ways, and certainly this committee has shown by the report everything that was reviewed and everything, you know, all of the comments that were listened to and addressed.
And, you know, I'd like to think, and, you know, I'm not going to put Peter on the spot, but, you know, I think for engineers, and I get this, having been a scientist, you kind of want to just get it done, and you think that input is going to slow you down, but in the end, it usually ends up being the other way around, because then when things happen, like happened with this one, where you get this big outcry, then you have to go backwards and sort of play catch up. Whereas if you had the input from the beginning, you wouldn't be going down paths that people don't want you to go down. So
Certainly an upside. Anyone else?
And just to
Megan?
speak to the timing piece of it, though, I mean, while it, was a rocky start to get to this piece, this process hasn't really slowed down the project. So in other words, we gave you guys a timeline of finishing up, and you really adhered to that. And you guys did a lot of work in a small period of time and held a lot of meetings. So there are ways to do this that they don't have to be nearly, I mean, it's not a cumbersome piece. It can be done fairly quickly. I
Right.
mean, I don't think you guys started meeting till January.
Yeah, mid-January.
Right, and it's not even April.
Yeah.
And so that's a small window, and a lot of work was done. So I think that, we haven't lost anything. We've gained a lot with it, and we haven't sacrificed time or, access to funds in that.
Right, and I think we'd really love to see that applied to the other two sections. That's kind of the more immediate, request or, hope, I guess, that the committee has.
Doug?
And maybe Peter can answer this, just to make sure that we get the public's awareness of the timetable going forward, and that is that the actual water main project is going to be starting in April 1st.
Next week.
And let the people know what's going to happen there, but this project won't be actually done for another year or two, right?
Correct. Yeah, water main project is expected to start a week from today, somewhere in that range of next week.
And they'll be starting on the Oxbow area first.
They'll be starting in the Oxbow area, and they'll be moving down towards the administration building for this season. And then on the shoulder season after Labor Day, that's TBD, but most likely they'll be starting on this area down here.
And then this project actually won't be done until that whole thing's done before we...
Yeah. We're not even, right now, we're probably at about 10%. 10 to 15%, goes 25, then 75, then 90. And during that process, you're going for funding, so it's a few years down the road, and then you gotta get on the list, so.
I'm just worried people are gonna see the work done on Oxbow and think, oh, they're doing that road reconstruction right now, and say, no, that's...
No, that's on the tip calendar, that's several years away.
Okay, thank you.
Important. And Mr. Sousa, we might as well take this opportunity. We've discussed the different manners of communicating to the public, the road changes with respect to the water main. You want to just take this opportunity to
Yeah, and
clarify?
actually, Peter and I have had a discussion about that, so he's in a good position to comment on our outreach.
Yeah, what we've, other towns on the Cape do different methods. Some do newspaper, some do radio. What we do have on our website, under the Public Works website, is we're starting to put in all detours. Last week we had Stanley Tree was up working with Eversource, taking trees down on Palmer Ave. We have that was put up on our website. We have the water main project put up on our website. And also the Bourne Bridge that started today. It has no relation to Falmouth, but coming to Falmouth, so that's up on our website. And if you subscribe to the website, to the Public Works website, it'll automatically, whatever you choose, send you either a text or an email of what's going on. And what we're gonna be looking at doing is weekly updates, unless something's immediate. We'll be looking at putting it in on Fridays. So they'll have an update, you'll get an email, whatever you choose, text or an email for the following week, so.
So tell folks specifically what you would check. Do you check the Public Works, and then does that give you a ton of emails? Or how do you get specific information on this project?
So to get into the website portion of it, that's more of an IT thing, but if you do get onto the website, there is a little round section on the top, a little round dot on the top, it says notify me. And you go into that notify me and you put in your email address, and there's multiple departments that you can log on to. My suggestion is to log on to the Water Department, the Highway Department, the Parks Department, and probably the Sewer Department will give you, for Public Works notifications, what's going on. You want to subscribe to all of them, because there could be some tree work that you wouldn't get onto the highway, or there could be some highway work you wouldn't get onto the Water Department. So you would subscribe to all four of them. And what it does is it sends you a text, and it says, respond with a yes, and then you're in the system.
Terrific.
So, yeah, and it's been working. We've been getting them.
I really like the idea of having a committee that could continue and find ways to maybe see if there's a shared use path option to continue into town. Do we have time for that? Is that gonna create problems with what we've already launched on this first two sections?
Right now, the section 3 was kind of standalone off by itself with the design, with the 28 committee design in the phase 3. The phase 1 and the phase 2, we're moving forward. We haven't got to the 25% yet. It's still, there will be another public meeting at that 25%. But at this time, everything will be combined together and we'll be beginning to move forward. So the answer is, we are moving forward with the 2 sections, and we are still taking comments in on it. As far as a committee, the last time you had a committee and you gave them deadlines, that could possibly work, but we are marching forward towards the 25% on the other 2 sections, so.
Okay, thank you.
Sam?
And I think that request was also thinking about going further east than Oxbow.
Correct.
So
Oh,
that
towards-
it's more than just the current
Yeah.
water main replacement length.
But that's longer range planning, that's not as
Right.
urgent.
True, but I mean, isn't that what we should be doing, especially if we have to get on the state's list of projects?
definitely.
I mean, this stuff doesn't happen in a year, it takes forward thinking in order to be able to
Absolutely.
get to a point where you're ready to do it. I mean, what's precipitated this is the need to replace the water main.
Correct.
But if we don't create the reason for going on and continuing to do even more work,
Right.
it's just
Well,
gonna
we're
be that much longer.
But we're gonna be laying some sewer lines out there in the eastern part too, so
That's true.
yeah, we
So-
need to plan.
I
That
think
could be
what
the
would make
opportunity.
sense in terms of the concept is that we'll put it on a future agenda item, and we'll ask Mr. Suso to have staff make recommendations about, possible framework for, mission statements, that kind of thing, and how it might fit, so it can, kind of the makeup, and I know folks with respect to the present committee are familiar with the general project in that particular area, but I also like to look at it going forward, sort of longer term. So we'll make it a future agenda item and look for your input.
Yeah, typically, I mean, this is a major project. This project's 3.5 miles long. We've never done a 3.5 mile project before, basically. Mostly what we were talking about in the last couple of weeks, and what we're talking about is certain smaller segments or intersection segments, much smaller. The 3.5 miles, that's a big piece of road for the public to grasp their hands around. It's a large project to really get in depth and be looking at, so. The other thing is that with future planning is, you're competing with 15 other towns in the Cape, 14 other towns in the Cape, so they're all looking for the same pot of money that the Cape gets through the Cape Cod Commission. So you do want to get that planning initiative in there so you can be part of that game. Back in the 90s and the early 2000s, the town of Falmouth basically replaced all of its town bridges under George Calise and Bill Owen.
Because you're shovel-ready, you got the money first.
You get the design, you get it ready to go, and then you go for the construction funding, and you end up bumping the other towns out, because a lot of times they're caught up in right away, or they don't have the funding at that time.
What are the plans in terms of the dates that the Route 28 is going to be under construction for the water main? Starting April 1st to, what's your best estimate?
So it'll be the shoulder seasons. It'll be April 1st, April 1st until Memorial Day.
Okay.
Depending on where the contractor is and how the construction is going, they might request to the state to get to a certain section, so they might request another couple of weeks to get to a certain cutoff date. And then there'll be no construction over the summer season, and then after Memorial Day, they'll start up again.
Labor Day.
Excuse me.
Could I ask a technical question? So I was surprised to see that the new water main is gonna come from Brick Hill Road and then go backtrack into town, is that correct? Is that how it's running?
The new water main's gonna hook in at Oxbow Road.
Right.
And then come back down T-Ticket, right down through.
So the water comes down Brick Hill, headed east,
Yeah.
and it's gonna turn back.
It's part of the loop system. You have multiple,
It's a network.
right, multiple inputs into the network.
Interesting, thanks.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, could I, also from a staff standpoint, he's not able to be with us here tonight, but I want to thank Public Works Director Ray Jack, who was at all the meetings of the committee, working with Peter McConerty as well, who attended all of them and facilitated working with this committee. I was able to attend several of those meetings as well, and I certainly appreciate Ray's assistance, also working with our consultant in moving this whole process forward. So it was really an excellent team effort.
Appreciate that. In which case, we're on to the next item.
Yes.
Need the eject?
Thanks for a great job.
Really good job. Thanks, Allison.
Thank you.
All of you.
The next item is the Falmouth Preservation Alliance presentation on the poorhouse, otherwise known as the Edward Marks Jr. Building.
Let's see what we have here.
You have,
That's a tricky mouse.
you have a screen in front of you, Barbara.
Yeah, but there's so much glare, Sam, you
I
can't,
see.
you can't see anything.
Excuse me.
Can you just, yeah, because the problem ejecting, I don't know what that did last time.
Just hit OK. So what have you got? Is it on here already?
It's in a drive. Perfect. Same night. Perfect, thanks so much. Yeah, good. Good evening. I'm Barbara Wayand, a board member with Falmouth Preservation Alliance, and I want to thank the Selectmen for permitting us to come before you with a plan in public. My co-director here, Susan Shepherd, is going to be presenting a short bit of this presentation as well. We're trying to present an idea that we believe has longevity for the town, value for the town. And I'm very impressed with the plan we just saw, which had a long-term view of how one can make the town more beautiful. I'm just blown away by what you came up with. I congratulate everybody who served on that. So what we would like to come up with so far, like, let me just start this. Why isn't page 10 working? Oh, no. Why are we presenting? Why not somebody else? Why isn't somebody else coming before you with a plan for the poorhouse? So we use this diagram a lot. It's on our website as a way of talking about how we both fit, which is a collaborative move of ours, but also how we're different. So, for example, we have a number of other organizations in town that deal with preservation in some way, shape, or form. But notice, for example, the Woods Hole Historical Museum deals with its campus and its particular area.
Barbara, can you swing that mic around?
Oh, do I? Oh.
For the sake of our TV audience.
Oh, okay, thanks, Sam. Highfield Hall, another example. Its preservation is dedicated to the property of Highfield Hall. Likewise, the Historical Society has its own campus. So we have a variety of organizations in town which are either village-specific or project-specific or property-specific, if you will. So in contrast, our mission, which is to preserve Falmouth's historic character by protecting its historic structures, cultural resources, and heritage landscapes through education, advocacy, and action. This is, excuse me, get back to the contrast. In contrast to other fellow organizations, we have a town-wide view. So that's one thing that distinguishes us. Second of all, we're collaborative. We don't work alone on any project, so we always bring in someone else. So for example, in the case of the Falmouth Historical Society, last year we ran a preservation expo on the grounds of the Historical Society, and then offered a donation back as thank you to them for their, for their use of their places. In the case of, for example, the 300 Committee, whoops, I forgot one of my props here.
one of our projects is a series of heritage maps. And the Conservation Committee and the 300 Committee have both collaborated with us as committee members putting these volunteer-driven projects together. So that's two of the three. And then the third difference is that we try to be proactive and try to get ahead of a problem. And that's very hard because so often these are private exchanges, private sales between one private person to another, and it's very difficult to get in the middle of that. But one example where we were able to have some, we hope, beneficial result was with the Elmarch Inn, which years ago was going to be torn down. It's, you know, the preeminent building of the War of 1812 in our town. It was going to be torn down, and a developer had planned to put townhouses in there. And then it became quite apparent that that was an inappropriate project. And we managed to get it listed as one of the most endangered historical structures in Massachusetts. Now it is being redeveloped by a nonprofit, Tim O'Connell, give a shout out to him. He's trying to create a place for families with children with cancer so that they can come and have a vacation, a no-charge vacation. He calls it Tommy's Place, and he does have a GoFundMe page. So we have something there that is actually an example of what we all call adaptive reuse, where you have a really important building. It's, you know, it has, its use has passed, and it's being reinvented. I do want to stress that when we use restoration, I don't want people to read that as meaning we want to restore a building for purposes of it becoming a museum. Adaptive reuse means that you can have something else going on inside the building, but you preserve the streetscape value of it and the contribution that that structure makes to the character of the town. So in the case of the project that you just saw, there was actually a revitalization of an area going on, and that's what we would like to stand for in terms of structures. So I would also like everybody to know this is not something that we just woke up one day, we had a whim. We've been working on this since 2016. We first met with Heather Harper in the spring of 2016, and she said, well, listen, you've got really great ideas, but we're planning to put in an HVAC system and we'll be in by fall, kind of too late. And then Heather left, so we restarted the conversation with Julian, and after Julian, then with Peter when he came on board. So we have quite a body of knowledge on the poorhouse. We've been collecting all kinds of material, both historical, archaeological, journalism from the Enterprise, et cetera, and we want to make sure people understand that this is an important building to the history of the town. It is the oldest municipal building in our town. It is the only poorhouse left on Cape Cod in municipal hands. Any other one that is extant is in private hands, and most have been lost over the years to fire and that kind of thing. It's a National Register building, which means that it has been honored as being significant to the area. It, with the Methodist Cemetery next door, hold a National Register honor. So when we went to Town Hall in 2016, we made a very straightforward request. We wanted a long-term lease on the building, and in the sort of Highfield Hall style, if you will, as a precedent. And in return, we would absorb all the financial costs, all the fundraising involved for the total restoration of the building and for its maintenance thereafter. And what that gives the town, we believe, is a restored historical building it can be proud of, and one that has revitalized use going forward. At the same time, we proposed that perhaps the Human Services Department could move to the current senior center, because we viewed that as something that could be done much more easily than moving into an historical building with the complexity of the poorhouse, AKA Edward Marks Building, excuse me, for the audience that knows it by that term. So dialogue has been going on consistently over this period of time about this project. I'm going to ask Susan to step up and just talk to you for a couple of, yep, just do page down.
So, 2019, the year we're in, there is a plan to update part of the first floor, and that does ignore the question of continuous maintenance of the whole building, or even maintenance that may be required to move into the building, and it doesn't address the exterior. The town doesn't actually have much of a track record of restoring historic properties. Highfield, as you may recall, which I recall very clearly, was totally pulled off by citizens. Even the recommendation on town meeting floor was to not take it by eminent domain, but by that time, we'd been taken to court 3 times by the conservatory, and the town meeting members got behind us on that, and we raised all the money that was required to do that, including paying the town for the eminent domain taking. Highfield is probably the preeminent example of historical property saved from almost certain death. So we did organize a tour of the poorhouse for the selectmen and anybody else who wanted to attend. There weren't that many people there. Beyond the selectmen, the town managers were there, and a few other people who knew about it and were interested. And I think people got to see exactly how much more historical stuff was in there. A lot of people said, oh yeah, I've been there, you know, back in the days when the Artists Guild was there, or when the retirement board was there. No. You never got to see the second floor or the attic or any of the amazing features, the the punishment room in the attic. There were just a lot of things that people had never seen. And just looking at the boards alone in that building, it's just amazing. So I feel like the town is sort of riding roughshod over the value of the building, both to the town and the people of the town, and to the history of the town. I do not understand how the building can be restored, and I'm not talking renovated, I'm talking restored, by simply moving human services into the first floor and then continuing to work on the rest of the building. There's a lot of work that needs to be done on the building, both inside and out. And it's beyond me to imagine how you would do that properly with the first floor actually occupied by something like human services, where there needs to be private meeting space and so on and so on. Our proposal, which essentially would be a model similar to that of Highfield or Nobska, is to get a lease from the town and make restoration and adaptive reuse possible at no direct cost to the town. It doesn't have to be the Alliance, but we are willing to take this on. I think the idea of putting sheet roofing on the building now is just, it's a travesty. It's absolutely not the way to go. It needs a shake roof, just like it had before. It needs attention paid to those kinds of details. Some of the original materials are even in the attic. Thank you, yep. We were told that the new senior center would be ready at just about at the turn of the year, and that it would take that long before the Human Services could move into the poorhouse. Thus, we make the pitch that Human Services, if they have to be moved, could be moved to the existing senior center, which already has private rooms. It has 6 office spaces in there, has ADA access and a reception desk and kitchen and parking. There's already a traffic problem at the intersection where Gus Canty is and the new senior center is, and this would just be one piece of traffic that could be moved. But also, we're revitalizing Main Street. You want that building to be something that's attractive, that people want to see. It is not that way now. So, you know, I feel like, get a grip, folks. You're going to tear it down, or you're going to do it justice, or just let it fall down. I think it's something that we really need to address. We haven't even seen the conceptual drawings for architects' work going back to 2014. You know, the existing senior center is an eminently more suitable building for this process, right down to the privacy afforded to people coming into Human Services. I think if we don't save this building properly now, in a few decades we won't have this building, or it won't be. There will be nothing historic left to it. So that's where we are at this point. You want to wrap up, Barbara? Yeah, there we go.
Okay. So the way we were trying to conceptualize how we could move forward on this would be for the town to issue an RFP. The town, in fact, did issue an RFP for the sale or lease of the building to the Artists Guild. There was a draft RFP that we came across from Bob Rittenauer, who was town manager at the time. So we've been, a lot of the things that we're talking about now, a lot of cyclicalness to this. It's gone around before. We realize that from Mr. Suso's perspective, $100,000 was earmarked for renovation of the poorhouse, not for renovation of the existing service center. But it would seem to me that that is something that could happen at fall town meeting. You move those numbers. It's not asking for more money, and it's more likely to hit the actual amount needed for the refreshing of the existing senior center than it is to get anywhere near the costs of real renovation and above that real restoration of the poorhouse. We did prepare for the tour professional estimates that we provided to the Board of Selectmen, so you know that we're talking in the order of needing at least $1.5 million, and quite frankly, with the rise of materials that has happened, particularly during the last year, I'm sure that number is going up quite a bit. We recognize that we're not trying to be here as any kind of heir apparent or presumptive heir, to do this project. We're totally open to whatever comes out of an RFP process. What we care about as an outcome is exactly what Susan was talking about. It's a restored building that is a centerpiece of a revitalized end of Main Street. And with what's going on right now with the Cape Cod Commission, looking at Davis Straits and how that can be revitalized, and then you loop in some of these other projects that are going around, it really does a service to that part of town to be looking at every component that's an asset and looking at how to use it well. That's what we care about. If the town goes ahead, we would like to see a plan, not a plan that's happening that nobody can see that says we're going to put human services in. That's not a plan. We're talking about a plan for the building, a plan that is tiered, and one that has financials against it, so that all of us know what we're in for if the town continues down the route of putting human services in there. So again, I'm going my tip of my hat to the group that the 28 group. Let's have a committee. Where's the historical commission in all of this? I mean, they are a partner of ours on a regular basis for the kind of work we do. We're more than happy to make it happen, but we are very unhappy with what is currently on the docket. So we don't expect you to decide anything tonight, but we would like to see something happening, because we were told back in 2016 it was urgent that the Human Services Department got into that building. So 2.5 years later, that's still not happening. So, and as Susan has pointed out, that means the building's degrading. There's nothing good about what's going on right now. So we ask your attention to please come to a decision on this. And thank you for listening.
Sure. One of the things I'm hearing is sort of raising, the level of, now to the fact that, and the town manager mentioned at the last meeting we addressed this, that there would be, some kind of duality of improvement, that there would be, while the human services folks were working, there would be appropriate renovation of the building. Restoration is the correct term. And I think that, I know I don't quite understand how that could happen, so I guess part of this process would be to further that idea in terms of, how do both of those goals coexist going forward? So I do want to give the town manager a minute to, to forward his thought about putting these together.
Surely.
If you would.
Well, I wasn't prepared for a formal presentation,
Sure.
Madam Chair, as you know. But I think we've talked about, this is our third meeting in 6 weeks on the Marks Building. And I know the board voted a directive to me at your last regular meeting on 2 key areas that have been underway since your vote. But at the end of the day, we have had major activity within Town Hall while Town Hall continued to deliver services and be among our heaviest populated employee service locations in the town. We've had a major HVAC renovation going on without any interruption to our activity. A full restoration of the Marks Building, if funding is forthcoming for that in that significant amount, which I would certainly hope in the long run that would be the case. That's not going to happen overnight. We are prepared, however, as we've talked about at the last couple meetings, to proceed with the relatively modest upgrades in the existing office space on the first floor, which have already been voted by town meeting and funds set aside, and for which we've engaged an architect and have begun to initiate that process. Human Services, when it is operating, is only open 40 hours a week. They're not open 7 days a week. They're not open generally more than 8 hours a day. And renovation activity can occur at alternative hours and respecting the operating parameters of a department like Human Services. I'm confident of that. The board has also seen a letter from our Human Services Director affirming that that location is critical for Human Services operation. And I know that the board voted most recently to affirm that Human Services is to go in there, and we have been proceeding on that basis as a result. And that was less than a month ago that you gave me that additional direction, as well as voted direction to replace the existing asphalt roof in kind to ensure that we don't have a leak that's going to compromise the integrity of that entire historic structure, which would be a devastating error were that to occur. So I do believe that Human Services can occupy that first floor space. I think that is a key ingredient to a long-term strategy to preserve that building. Allowing a building to remain vacant as it has for multiple years is not healthy to the integrity of the building. We have been working with an architect who's affirmed that, as well as the building commissioner, that the building is structurally sound. It's not in danger of collapse, as has been suggested, or falling down or going into disrepair. But renovation of the exterior can certainly occur and be done in an appropriate manner as funds become available to do so. I believe this concept, as it was presented to me, would rest largely on securing CPC funding, which of course is taxpayer funding, to allow such a renovation to occur, and that would be available to the town as well as to a private entity that might be acting on behalf of the town. So I think all things are possible, and the first floor activity of Human Services, my intention would be to have that be done in unfold in a manner that would not in any way compromise the entire ability to do a restoration, certainly of the exterior, but also of the second floor of that structure that would be accessed fully by the main entryway on Main Street. And we've discussed that with the architect as well. So I think that is consistent with the intent that's been discussed by the board here over the last couple of meetings.
I personally I'd love to see a committee, as has been suggested, similar to the Route 28 committee, in terms of just continuing the conversation and the communication and the request of folks for the plans to be available. I know that using the roof as an example, I think if there was more outreach or publicity, or if the plans had been made more available earlier, I think we'd have a shake roof being put on that building by now. So I think that's one of the things that we can use as an example of, how we want to change the process going forward. Megan?
So I think that there's, I think buildings need, and I believe that there's science to this. I'm not a scientist, but I know I read this somewhere. But they need like human breath in them. They actually need people in them. That's part of what sort of maintains some of the integrity of buildings, particularly older buildings with natural, natural products and that such as are in that building. So I don't think the two things have to be exclusive of one another. I think that we are talking about a very significant amount of money. It takes time to raise those funds. I think what we need a clarity of a commitment from the town for what's going to, and I think it's what you're saying, putting a committee together, what will the steps be? And I don't think that means that nothing can happen in that space. I think if we have some clarity and maybe some input around how Human Services is going to fit in there. We've heard before about the sort of the non-connected structures. We haven't seen that yet. I know that that's in the works, but I think if there's more communication in a more formalized setting, like perhaps a committee, I think it's good to get people in the building. I think it's good to get that space. Having other folks that aren't on this board walking in there, being interested, folks who have never been in that building before, who are members of our community, who utilize Human Services or work for Human Services, to be in that space, to think about that space, while the town really making a commitment to the long-term preservation of that building. So I don't think that the things don't have to be divergent, but I do agree that there needs to be perhaps a committee that's put together so that there is that ongoing communication. And when those kind of inflection points come where it's, you know, if we do this, we can no longer do this, we have conversation about it. And it just, you know, that way it really is a win-win. We get a place for services that are very important to some of our most vulnerable members of our community to take place. We also, and I think that honors sort of the tradition of that building, along with looking for the long term of keeping, you know, all the things that we just heard tonight that I don't think anyone here disagrees with. You know, revitalizing that area, preserving what is a real treasure, bringing a benefit to an area that's going to change rapidly with the potential of a hotel and a senior center. So I think it, you know, it would go a long way. We had a group of folks kind of committed to working on this issue as we, you know, go forward. And that way folks don't feel like they have to ferret out information. The town also doesn't feel like, you know, in another month we're going to vote and make a radically different shift after taxpayers' money has already been committed to architectural work or things like that. I mean, I think there's a very common sense way to move forward with it. Susan?
The only other thing I would say is that you have some really good local builders in this town. You can walk through a building with an architect, but sometimes it's good to walk through a building with a builder as well. And I think there are people like that who would be very good additions to such a committee. And I know that some of them have strong feelings about whether you could have an operation, an ongoing town operation, and at the same time be doing actual restoration inside the building. Outside, yes. Anyway, I think the idea of a committee is a great idea, and I know there are people who would be interested in serving, so.
Yeah, what's missing for me right now is a vision of what that building could be. You know, we've got an idea of moving human services. We need a space for it. We're paying rent on where they are right now. There's even a question about whether it'll be available. I know you suggested the old senior center. I'm not sure about that. But what I don't hear is what's the vision for what the Marks building could be. And that, you know, NOPSCA, boom, it just drew us in. You know, we sensed what it was. Highfield represented a vision in people's mind, and it just drew people in. I'm not seeing the groundswell. And so that's where I'm missing something. So I hope this committee basically could help to, you know, identify a vision of what the Marks building could be, since you're looking for an alternative to what we're thinking about, which is a practical location, a, if you will, municipal campus that's providing all kinds of human services to people who live in this town and need services. So we need that.
We're not opposed to municipal services being in that building. What we're opposed to is the premature moving in before a real, honest historical assessment and plan for restoration is put in place. That's all. There are other things that could be there, but that would be, if it remains owned by the town and financed by the town in some ways, then by all means, put municipal things in there, but put them in a way that respects the building rather than the current plan, which I feel does not. And I don't know where you'll get the money unless you work with a private group to actually do a real restoration. It's just a major undertaking. I know that well. So, but putting a committee together is an excellent way to start.
To me, using that building for human services speaks to the culture that existed when the poorhouse was created. I mean, how many towns across this country created a social response to people in the community? I mean, it represents a culture that I think continues to exist here in Falmouth. And so us putting it in there, I believe, is nothing more than basically trying to provide those kinds of services. And I would love to see the historical connection made stronger, because it's useful to let people know from where they come from and why we are where we are today, you know? I mean, not that we all agree, but, you know.
Really?
We do a pretty good job of providing a lot of supportive services to our fellow citizens. Not true in other communities.
So, can I just comment first on something Sam's looking for? Our vision, if you want to call it that, I guess you didn't pick up on that in one of the early slides, is to provide what we're calling a nexus opportunity for small nonprofits and groups that do not have space to come into that space and have adequate, you know, a desk, a filing cabinet, access to a business printer, et cetera, and all the networking that goes on. I don't mean networking literal hardware. I mean the networking, the interaction that you get from working together. We felt that the vision that we were working on represented something that I think is a core value of Falmouth today, and that is its extraordinary philanthropic, generous nature. We are known quite far and wide on Cape Cod for that. So our vision was tied into that, if you will. So I'll give you an example. Here's Susan, who's serving on Nobska. They don't have a place to meet. Do you follow? So instead, they could have a piece of the ground floor as their meeting place. That was part of the vision. And philanthropy.
Wait a minute now, about the meet, no place to meet. That's an
Well-
economic choice that was made because I'm gonna be turning on the heat this week.
Sam, that's
Personally.
And what have they done for the last several? I mean, let's get
Okay,
practical.
Barbara, I think you're a little bit too far out on a limb there, because I don't go with that right now. Nobska was a bad example.
Well, I guess I
Sorry,
would
they
just say that a committee can investigate all the
There you
ways
go.
that a community wants to utilize a municipal building.
Right.
I mean, a committee's gonna have that outreach to hear from
Right.
folks as to what this building's future can look like.
Right.
Regardless. I mean, I
Yeah.
think it's a good charge to give, and it gives a communication center for this information, these ideas to go through. So.
Right. I just want to clarify one other thing with respect to the state of the building. It is not falling down, it is run down. So we have, as you know from your tour, the whole second floor is not simply starting from scratch. It's from having to go in under the floorboards and into the walls, et cetera, to make it habitable. So we're not contending it's falling down. That would be a really different state. But it has been neglected. It is run down. And, you know, when we went in to do the tour and found a dead rabbit in the basement, that tells you that the field, you know, the rough stone foundation clearly has holes in it because nobody brought their pet rabbit to work, you know. So I don't want to hear, well, then let's just tear it down. Over $250,000 went into structural engineering type improvements in 2002 and 2003, and that was supposed to be phase one of a restoration. There was at one point that momentum, and the report that came out of that work is clearly labeled phase one. No phase two, no phase three.
So I want to give Doug a chance, then I want to formulate what we're going to move with.
Surely.
So, you know, a month ago, we were on the edge of backtracking and canceling the roof contract, and we didn't do that. We left that roof contract in place. Maybe that's for the best, because at least something will get done and the building won't fall down.
Or rot.
I think that we should incorporate plans while we're doing the first floor to facilitate at least the rough plumbing for a second floor. You know you need a bathroom up there if you're gonna ever use that second floor. We should do the minimal things that would be needed to minimize disruption on the first floor during the first floor renovation, if possible. That's my suggestion, because there's only a few things key things that would really need to be done to be able to do both. But, you know, disturbing and breaking through and trying to run the plumbing and electrical to that second floor will be problematic. Maybe an architect can review those options and maybe it would be some sort of an add alternate to whatever work you're currently doing.
So
Could
I
I
think,
comment on that, Madam Chair?
Please.
and, Selectman Brown? Just to clarify, funds have been set aside, but not for what you have just laid out.
Right.
So I want to be very cautious that town meeting set aside funds for a specific purpose, as we requested and discussed with them, and to enlarge the scope is going to require additional money.
Right.
We're happy to do everything we can to be sensitive to what you're talking about, but I don't want to suggest that there's sufficient funds to begin a visionary exploration of many things on the second floor, because it's going to compromise the mission we set aside already. And I think I'd be remiss if I didn't point out that in the presentation we've received, one of the exhibits noted that the intent is to provide office space to fledgling groups and projects. And I don't get why the Human Services Department is somehow undeserving, but others that would be utilizing office space are somehow more deserving. And we need to shuttle Human Services Department, which provides so many critical services to the town, working in hand in glove with the police department, the community center, the senior center, soon to be relocated, to put them in some more remote location. So I appreciate the fact that the board, within the past month, said move forward with that, and we have been doing that, and including utilizing some of the funding that's already been set aside, for that purpose.
I'm
I
not
think
suggesting we backtrack, I'm just saying that let's just try to plan.
Understood, yep.
yeah. And it's sort of different models that were discussed. I mean, with respect to the municipal model, I think that the major concern is that the restoration is, first of all, moves forward as best as money will allow it, and that to the extent that there are opportunities to plan ahead, that those be reviewed. And it's really about having all of this in the, really a two-way street, a discussion. So I think the first thing to do is to look at the makeup of a small committee. Look at, for example, the suggestion of a builder. Look at, I think certainly the Historical Commission would be interested, if I have the name right. Perhaps an architect, I think we're talking maybe 5 people along those lines. Are there any other suggestions?
Well, that sounds like an appropriate model.
And just in maybe, quarterly meetings or something. It's something that is going to be driven by available funds. And so I think that, that maybe what we do is we, in the next meeting, look at, have the town management have a sense of what would be practical, what makes sense, things exactly like what you just brought up. Those are the practical issues that have to be considered, and to come back to the board with that suggestion. Megan?
Yeah, I was just gonna say, I think it doesn't have to be an adversarial process. I think, we're just being offered, I don't think that the goal here from this presentation is to slight human services. I think they're talking about sort of a different vision for that building as a municipal asset that hasn't, for lots of reasons, not because no one cares about it, but it's extremely expensive to work on buildings like this, and there are always other competing, priorities that we have to deal with as a town. So I don't think, that the idea is that somehow what human services does isn't important. I think we're just looking at, we've been presented with a different model and an idea for what that space could be used for. And I think really, as we saw with Route 28, the more communication that happens in advance of major decisions taking place, the less, the less opportunities there are for folks to feel like their input wasn't heard, even if at the end of the day their decision isn't taken. We didn't have a single person here tonight objecting to what the Route 28 committee presented. We certainly know there were lots of folks who had concerns, but there are lots of public hearings and opportunities for them to kind of be heard, and at the end of the day the report was what the report was. So I think that that's the model that has worked well on that project, but other project as well, where we get input, the Shellfish Advisory. I mean, that was, the thinking about how we can put those things together so that we don't end up, at a point where we're making decisions and we don't have a lot of community input, so.
And I want to bring that back to, that is the Selectmen's strategic plan. It is about this input and continuing the communication, so it's completely within those guidelines.
Yeah. So maybe if we can just think about how we could put that committee together and then vote on that in an upcoming.
So for the next meeting. Would be great. Any other thoughts? Okay.
Maybe someone from Finance Committee or something like that, someone from Finance Committee or somebody who can think about the budget, if it, because it's still a municipal building, so.
Terrific. Thoughts. Thank you for coming on that. The next item on the agenda is a discussion and potential vote to authorize the application for CPC grant application by DPW for bikeway extension as requested by the Friends of Falmouth Bikeways and the Falmouth Bikeway Committee. Ms. Johnson, are you presenting?
I'm still here. Okay. Are we hooked up here with some slides? I don't need them, but Tim Shea from the Bikeways Committee is here. And my name is Patricia Johnson, and I volunteered to help the Bikeways Committee formulate a CPC request for funding to start the process to extend the bike path to the Falmouth town line. I offered to help them. I'm doing it as an individual, since I've lived here and been involved in bikeway projects for a very long time. And I have some history I'd like to give you before we let Tim speak and give a couple of slides. We're only going to talk for about less than 5 minutes, maybe 6 minutes. Okay? All right?
It's your time, too.
Be careful, Doug will start the clock, so. Already did.
Don't laugh. I'm really trying hard.
Okay.
This is the history. The existing Shining Sea Bikeway from Locust Street to County Road is on property owned by the state of Massachusetts. A 15-foot wide strip is leased to the town of Falmouth for 99 years. More than 20 years ago, town meeting voted to fund the design and engineering money for the 6-mile extension. This was followed in 2005 by a successful town-wide capital exclusion to pass the path. We had signs all over town saying, "Pass the path." Town meeting voted for it, and the override, it had to go to the town-wide vote because it was a capital exclusion, but debt exclusion. So the town hired, after that passed, the town hired a consultant to prepare the project plans. All these appropriations were done prior to any lease agreement to build on the rail bed. Federal and state money to build the bikeway extension came later from, quote, an earmark obtained by Senator Ted Kennedy. And this is what the Bikeways is more or less applying for the CPC funding. What the Bikeways Committee, as the co-applicant, because the town, I really think the town of Falmouth has to be the named applicant with a contact person in order to expedite the CPC money and stuff, or whatever you do. And it's not, the applicant is not the DPW. We're proposing a similar process that I just mentioned, except now all the design and engineering funds will come from a combination of CPC funds. The application is due in 3 weeks, followed by a positive vote on the 2019 town meeting, the November. These funds will be used, what we're asking for, and we believe the ask is going to be for $100,000 for the, you know, the, whatever you want to call it. The match funds for, we're going to request a Mass Trails grant due February 2020. And that's why this is a time-sensitive application to the CPC, so we can do the funding in November and the match, using that match money in February 1st application for the Mass Trails. And if both grant applications are successful, a consultant will be hired to prepare preliminary plans to be presented that are up to being able to present to Mass DOT, the Department of Conservation and Restrictions, and others who can coordinate a successful application to get on the tip. Everybody knows what the tip is? Mm-hmm. Prior to 2018, it really seemed highly unlikely that getting to the canal on a dedicated multi-use path was just a pipe dream. However, the town of Bourne has made concrete progress that will eventually lead to constructing the Bourne Rail Trail, starting at the railroad bridge. They have secured design and engineering funds from their CPC vote in October of 2018 and have filed an application for Mass Trails for the additional funding for the design and engineering, the same way I'm doing it. So they plan, Mass DOT has supported in writing the concept of this is a quote, a concept of an active rail with trail that maximizes the use of the state-owned asset. So we're more than confident that the Mass DOT likes the Bourne Rail project because it ties into a lot of other things that they're planning. In October 2019, Bourne is indicated they are going to follow this same pattern again with an application to their CPC and to bring their part of the rail trail that goes to the Falmouth line, like we would like to apply for the 7/10 of the section that's in Falmouth. So the total Mass DOT doesn't like the idea of contributing money to only a section of a rail trail that ends without a place where you can drive to and park. That's why these two sections of the rail trail should be done in tandem. So we can build from the Falmouth parking lot to a parking lot in Bourne. So in order to get Mass DOT funding for any construction of an extension, the town of Falmouth has to show that it supports connecting a 7/10 of a mile shared use trail on state property to the Bourne town line. Several Cape Cod Commission studies, as well as a local comprehensive plan and the 2016 plan for, quote, improved transportation network for bicycling, commonly called the Falmouth Bike Plan, all support the public benefits of this project. Now I'm going to ask Tim Shea from the Bikeways Committee to follow up with a couple of slides. Okay?
Great, and while he's getting up here, I want to say that I attended one of the first meetings at the State House with all the Bourne Selectmen, with Mass DOT, with Tom Kerr, with, I think, Vinnie, well, definitely, David and Vinnie might have both been there as well. So, you know, this is something that the state, you know, seemed to be friendly toward, and it certainly is unusual and beneficial for two towns to work closely together. So appreciate all of those points that you made.
We're all working together on it.
don't thank me yet, 'cause I'm not here.
I think we can go without them, it's not.
If you don't have it, I have a backup.
Oh, do you?
You have a flash drive?
If you have a flash drive, we'll take it.
Okay, I did bring mine.
Tim Shea, the Bikeways Committee. I'm standing in for Scott, who's dealing with a respiratory ailment.
Welcome.
I have a touch of it myself, so pardon me if I falter here and there. So we're following up on the letter of support you wrote in support of the board effort of the Rail with Trail bike path. And the timing of this is driven because what Patty mentioned, the funding for Mass DOT and DCR is dependent on the two sections, Bourne and Falmouth, coming together in a coordinated manner. And what we're trying to do is obtain CPC funding for the preliminary design to get this initiated. And the preliminary design will yield a set of documents that's will drive a set of construction estimates that are fairly definitive, and as well as coordination with DOT, DCR, and the rail operator. And that would be our goal, to get a preliminary design package out to contractors, hopefully sometime later in the year, and be able to talk intelligently about how much this .7 of a mile is going to cost, and ultimately go out for bids. And we'd be working in conjunction with DPW as to the bid process ultimately, is how to secure services of an engineering company to go forward with further stages. But we're down, that would be a year or two, something down the road. But the initial goal is to get a set of documents that would give us definition of what we're talking about and what we're requesting. So we're asking the town, as the applicant for the CPC grant, to vote favorably towards that application. And if you have any questions, I'd hopefully be able to address them.
Thanks, Tim.
Are we up?
I think he's ready to plug that in for you.
He has to come up and do something.
Oh, he has to.
There it is, see it?
Yes. Okay, now I just click on these when I want them. So this is the section we're talking about. It's the board from County Road in North Falmouth to the top of the slide is the Bourne Town line. And that's .7 of a mile, and there's one bridge involved over North Main Street, over Main Street in North Falmouth. The part of the at County Road, it's a double rail line, and then goes down to single and goes further north towards Katomet Station. But that's the funding.
Push something here to get the next one.
That's the funding.
Just hit the down arrow.
Hit the down arrow.
Click.
There. Okay. So that's from County Road looking north. You see the double tracks. Eventually there's a switch a couple hundred yards north from there. That's the bridge at over North Main Street, and I'm not a rail trail engineer, but there appears to be sufficient space on the east side of the bridge abutment to accommodate something like a Bailey Bridge that would be able to span North Main Street and then continue on towards the Bourne Town line. The Bourne folks, they're, as Patty mentioned, they're commencing their preliminary design of their Phase 1, which is a half a mile coming south from the Canal Bridge. Their second work effort would be what they call Phase 2, going down behind the lobster trap to Monument Beach. And then in conjunction with that, they'd be working on their half a mile coming south from Katomet Station. But again, the key thing would be to coordinate Falmouth's effort with Bourne on that last segment from Katomet Station to the Bourne Town line, and Town line south to County Road. So that's the effort we're asking you to vote in favor of. It's consistent with the 2016 Falmouth Bike Plan, and it supports the vision of the Cape Cod Commission of 2 recreational rail trails, separate towns adjoining. So that's the basis of it, and the ultimate goal, obviously, is to connect with the Cape Cod Canal at the bridge, the canal path to Sandwich, and we'd be looking at basically a 23-mile recreational trail. So that's where this, in the far distant future, would be heading. But we're urging you to vote affirmatively to take the initial step for the CPC application for preliminary design.
Thank you.
Any
I
questions?
note that we have our town planner here at this late hour, in addition to Mr. McConaty, who's spoken before. Do either of you want to provide the board any, please, Peter?
Peter McConaty, Deputy Director of Public Works. Yeah, I have a comment. I know Patty had mentioned that in the agenda, it says that it would be run under Public Works, and I know Patty had mentioned that it wouldn't be run under Public Works. So my concerns is who would be run under. Our experience in the past with CPC funds is that a committee can't handle the town funds. It has to go through a town department. And in the past, it's gone through Public Works, it's gone through the engineering department. And I will say right now that our engineering department is full capacity. We have a lot of big projects going on right now in either design or construction. So that would be our concern, is where would this fit into the process on that? We have quite a lot going on, so. And the CPC, it's not an easy process going through the CPC fundings. I've done it over on Old Dock with the landing over there with the pink granite. It's a considerable amount of work, so that's just my question. What department would it be run under?
Well, to this point, and Patty has spent a considerable amount of time working on the CPC application itself. I've been in contact with VHB Engineering, who is Bourne's designated engineer. In fact, they're in the process of executing a contract with them. And we're expecting a proposal estimate for this preliminary engineering, including the coordination with the state agencies, would be the backup to our application to the CPC. So other than the signature, but your affirmative vote and the signature of the town manager, I think we've come as far as we needed to submit the application to CPC.
Thank you. Questions? Mr. Suso?
Madam Chair, just to interject, I mean, I just need to clarify, I know you have a memorandum from Public Works Director Ray Jack, who couldn't be here this evening, and some additional information from Peter McConaty. To be fair to Public Works, they were not aware of this initiative until after it was already designated to be appearing on the Selectmen's agenda. You know, they have a full work program. Their normal process for Public Works-related projects is that the 5-year capital plan is brought to this same Board of Selectmen. It includes an assortment of infrastructure-related projects, which then you endorse, hopefully, or adjust, and it helps serve as the work program for Public Works going forward. As Peter's mentioned, they have a full complement of work in-house. This is a critical infrastructure project. It needs to be thought about well in advance. Public Works needs to be heavily involved in it. The other piece on, and I know you recall this came up when we talked about the Board of Selectmen here supporting the Bourne Initiative. That's phase 1, heading south. Even if they're successfully in completing that, which we hope, we've endorsed that project, they have 2 additional phases before they're even close enough to talk about a connection. We're talking about multiple years of design and construction funding before Bourne is even close enough where we have anything to connect to. And so to consider creating a process that alters the work program of Public Works tonight by asking, they're gonna have to eliminate some other projects on their work program to take this one on. You only have so many people in-house to do this kind of work. And that's a concern. If the board prefers that we go that way, we certainly can, but I want you to be aware that something's gonna have to give. And I think you're familiar with the other projects that they have underway, and they're doing a remarkable job on it. But we wanna be respectful of the fact that we have, limited staffing, and when a priority is set, we wanna do it in a quality way. And the suspicion is that this may just be a bit premature. And to go into a TIP process and compete for TIP money, remember, the TIP process is what we're asking for the Route 28 money for. So we want to be a little bit careful about creating a process that competes for a project that we just had a big presentation on, and we're putting all the town's eggs in that basket at the moment and have been planning multiple years on that one. So there's a number of moving parts and dynamics to this because it doesn't just stand in isolation. So I just wanted to
I would like to make a correction. I never requested the DPW to be involved in the discussion at this level. I am attempting to move the project forward in a way that doesn't impact our heavily burdened DPW. And the DPW is incredible in helping the bike path, and they have done a wonderful job. And I want, because this has been an item for a long time, I know it takes another long time to get it to the tip. And so this is a first step to do it.
Right, Megan and then Sam?
Sam had his hand first. Go ahead, Sam.
Yeah, well, it seems like you're asking for support, sort of a commitment from the Board of Selectmen endorsing this eventual piece of the bike path. Is that what I'm hearing from you?
Well, you've already done it in our bike plan. You've already.
Right. And so, from my perspective, and I understand you're going to submit an application to CPC, right? Which if you're trying to get it done in the November town meeting, it has to be, you're aware of the deadline.
But the Bikeways Committee can't. According to the application for CPC, it can't be done by a committee.
That's the problem here.
Right.
Yeah, that's the problem.
Well,
who's doing it?
CPC.
Wait a minute. There are plenty of organizations besides town departments that submit applications to
Yes.
CPC. So it can't be done by the,
Not on behalf of the town.
Well,
Private-
there's no other
501(c)(3).
way for us to get funding. I mean, we've used this process before.
That's the key. Go ahead.
I just want to clarify, because I guess I'm confused. Well, the way I read it is that you're looking for funding for the design portion.
Yes. Preliminary plan.
Design. So I guess
Yes.
I don't understand, I mean, your comments about DPW are correct, and town manager's comments about all that they're doing, there's a million projects they have on.
Yeah.
But the design portion of it
Yes.
would be done, you need funds because you're gonna hire
Yes.
someone to do that.
Yes.
And that's
Yes.
all you're asking for at this point? Are
Yes.
funds, for an
Yes.
application to CPC for design funds?
Yes.
For funds for design?
That's correct. It's not a capital.
But typically, the
Design
design would be
funds are
done by our
not
engineering department.
something that goes in a capital
Why are we going to an outside
budget.
organization to hire when we have an engineering department who could do it when it comes up on their timetable?
But it's not a capital project.
So Peter,
Design funds,
go ahead. You were going to make a comment.
right?
Some clarification here. Thank you, Patty.
So the design fund, so when we did the phase 3 of the bike path, that was done by VHB. But it was heavily involved with the engineering division because during the design, there's a lot of back and forth. When you start getting into what techniques you're gonna use, what are you gonna use, do you have rights? There's a lot of involvement between the engineering company and our engineering department. There's a lot of back and forth, so it does take up a considerable amount of time. And the funding part of it is what I was talking about with the CPC,
Right,
so
you gotta have
the
somebody.
payments, someone has to run the payments,
Right,
so.
right. But just to be clear, we've used a model before where the funds go to a private, but obviously they're in constant contact with
Yeah,
engineering. They have to be because you guys
Right.
are the experts on this particular area, and it's an outside consultant.
Yeah, well, what it does is it keeps everything going smoothly. It's basically apples and apples going across the board when the engineers go back and forth with the
Sam?
project.
Peter, when do you think that the DPW could pick up, start actually supporting an initiative of this sort?
I think what you'd want to do is you'd want to put it into the plan of where we are. We usually work on a five plan out, and it's not to say that project can't fit in that 5-year plan, but we usually project a 5-year plan. So we have a solid 3-year plan, but a 5-year plan is what we usually work for all our roads, for our sidewalks, for any of our design. I came before you a couple of weeks ago to talk about the intersection projects. Those are probably 3 years out, 2 to 3 years out, but you start the planning and design for it now, so.
But it sounds to me like Bourne isn't going to be showing up at our town line in that time frame. And so maybe this is something that can actually get phased in such a way that it can all be coordinated in the end. That's what I'm kind of fishing for.
You can. I just wanted to make one more comment. I will. I'll sit down because. But if you're going to have an engineer on the Bourne side, and you're going to have an engineer on the Falmouth side, you probably want to use the same engineer and same designer. You don't want aesthetics and concepts be using in Bourne and then come into Falmouth and have a totally different concept or a totally different design. You want them to be the same across the board if you're going to do something.
Right, so isn't that an argument in favor of going forth so that they can, since Bourne seems to be ready, wouldn't that be an argument in favor of going forth just with this design part right now, since?
But are they ready? Are they ready to go forward with the design?
They're issuing a contract for, again, I think it's important to differentiate between preliminary design, which is a set of documents that scope out really what we're talking about, to the point where ultimately you could obtain bids from a contractor.
What's the status of the Bourne plan in the element that it intersects with Falmouth?
They aren't there yet. They're at the same preliminary phase of their design coming away from the canal bridge. Right. And again, it's, what we're asking for is the funding for CPC funding to accomplish a similar preliminary engineering package, just to scope out the job and what it's likely to be costing. We're not talking about engineering a bike trail or going into the detail of what the fence or the pavement looks like. It's just a scope package to talk about how big is the ballpark. And Patty has done most of the application. We have the Bourne CPC application as a template. It's very similar. And VHB is working on a letter estimate, not a proposal, just a sheet, 8.5 and 11 sheet of paper describing in bullets what they would do for this, the amount of funding we would be requesting for the CPC. But it's not a design package that you go and build a rail trail with. It's a rail with trail. It's a very preliminary scope document just to get things started. And what exactly are we talking about?
Leonard, you want to make a comment, and then Doug?
Leonard Johnson. I wanted to correct the impression that Bourne is moving in step-by-step south. They're not. They're building the first 2 phases coming to Monument Beach. They cannot go any farther because there's no space to build a rail trail by the rail through the marsh and Pocasset. So they're going to come south, and then they're going to come north. So when this part gets finished, there'll still be a piece in the middle that will not be complete. But the strategy that they've taken is to get as far as they can because there's such demand for it. So I just wanted to correct that impression.
This will not create ultimately the connection to the canal and 23 miles that we've been talking about.
That's some time away.
Right.
This is a long-term deal.
And so how, the 5th phase that you're talking about, so you're talking 1, 2, this little piece that's going to Bourne to Falmouth, is only going to be making the bike path an extra 1.5 miles long.
Correct.
Not connecting anything.
That's correct. That's as far as it's going. That's our responsibility. It's just a 7/10 of a mile. And we have to work together with Bourne on this and go to the CPC concurrently and go to the Mass Trails at the same time. Because the Mass Trails won't entertain it if it just stops at the Bourne line, because there's no access or egress.
But the
at
letter
that
that
point.
the letter we supported was the extension from the canal down.
Yes. Right.
Not this third phase that you're talking about. So the timing of this application doesn't really support the timing of their canal down application.
It's the next step for them,
Right.
yes.
The next phase would be when we want to be on the same page as they are, not really the one that we just wrote the letter for.
That's correct. That's correct.
Okay. Doug, in the
Is it possible that you could just go ahead with the application as an individual? Does it have to be from the town?
Has to be from the town. The state won't lease it to the Friends of Falmouth Bikeways. No.
We're not asking for it
Yeah,
to be.
it's the same pattern that we used before in the extension.
And so the timing is actually pretty imperative, huh?
No.
Not the time.
And Bourne is moving forward.
The cooperation is.
Right.
May I ask you a question, and Leonard, you probably know this. How, if CPC funds are allocated, how quickly do they need to be used? So if it's important to work in conjunction and collaborate with sort of the going to CPC, doing that piece of it, and if you were to be awarded CPC funds, how quickly do they have to be utilized? I mean, is there a window that those funds can sit for this project until it's an appropriate time for engineering and DPW, and they have a window to take something additional on?
I can speak to part of that. The letter estimate we're obtaining from VHB would give a timeline, how long it would take them to generate this preliminary design. So I think we'd proceed as quickly as their workload would allow, concurrent with what they're doing for Bourne. So I think it would be a relatively short time frame. I don't know
Yeah, I'm just specifically asking, is there a terminus, sort of, an end, how long?
I don't know what it is, but.
Okay, there is.
They'd like to keep it within 2 years. but
Okay.
the Extensions have happened
That's
on
what
and
I was
on for
asking.
many
That's
years.
good.
That's
That's
helpful.
what I just was
Yeah.
wondering.
The Bikeways Committee received only has only had one other application for bike stuff to the CPC, and it was done for the bike racks.
Yes.
And that project has not been finished, and that was done in, I don't know, 2008, I think. So here we are 10 years later.
Okay.
But we've also had the knowledge that, everybody would like, and they all want, everybody wants to know when they're gonna get the bike path to Bourne. So we're trying to help get that started, because it's been on, it wasn't logical to try to get it started when there was no hope for the Bourne Rail Trail.
Right.
There was no hope. So here we are, we understand that you can do it another way, but we are offering, just like, the two other speakers here tonight offered, were private parties offering to help the town get something
Yes,
or
and
do
we've,
something.
and it's a lot of work to do the
And
application.
it's a lot of work.
and I
I've
kn-
spent a
and
lot of
you've
work
spent a lot
making
of time
sure I
on it.
didn't make any mistakes. That's why I'm here before I apply to the CPC, because I was advised to get help. I mean, we will definitely need help from everybody the town will definitely need help from everybody. We're just helping from a private point, from Bikeways Committee.
Thank you, Patty.
I guess I must say, I feel much more comfortable with this whole project if it was the DPW that was putting forward this proposal as part of their 5-year plan, and it was gonna fit into their time schedule. I mean, could support it wholeheartedly. I support the idea already, but I just really wish that we were going through the DPW schedule on this.
Well, I think the charge is to have them integrated into their plan and come back to us.
Right, but we've kind of been told then something's gotta give, but, maybe that it would be worth further discussion. How short is your time schedule?
August, right?
17th of April.
Oh, April.
It's 17th of April, and I think at this point, it could be, we could put DPW on it and know that there won't have to be asked much till a year or more, or 2 years from now even, that we can manage it pretty much within the ability, our abilities and with the CPC. And we have to go through the CPC first, and the first thing they have to decide whether there's a time issue, so it can be considered in next fall. That's the reason we're here, because of the schedule of the CPC has, and then they want no applications for November town meeting unless they're submitted and determined to be an eligible project. And I've been told that it's most likely, it is highly likely to be an eligible project to go through the steps to get to November. It's like, this is the first step getting to the tip.
Right. It also has to be time urgent.
And there's a time, there's a long, if DPW wants to get their name on it now, we'll do all the work and.
I guess
and you
I don't
can-
see the time urgency.
My husband's up here.
It's time urgent because
Yeah.
it has to be done in conjunction with Bourne, and Bourne is going in October. That's why it's time urgent.
But Bourne's going, what you said is Bourne's going in October for the Canal South project.
No.
For
They've
both.
already done that. They've been through all of that process. They've hired VHB for that portion, and they're on their way.
Okay.
This is a separate portion. I know that confuses the issue, but this is separate. So they're getting ready to start coming north, or coming south to the
So
Falmouth
they're,
Town
they're,
line.
they're working on the part that directly connects to us.
That's correct.
Okay.
That's
So we
right.
have to go together because we have to apply to the state together. That's why it's time sensitive.
Mr. Suso, do you see another department it would go under? In other words, I'm going back to Mr. McConaty's sort of practical thought, and I'm just trying to think out of the box a little bit, because this is a project certainly, as Doug said, we all favor. It's just a matter of, coming up at this point in time unexpectedly, but for a good reason, to match Bourne.
Well, I guess I'm a bit confused, Madam Chair, because when the Bourne Town Manager and others reached out to us and spoke to me, they talked about the northern section only. And that's what your letter delineated. Now we're talking about, I've not heard from Bourne, but there's a representation that Bourne is working on the entire segment within the town of Bourne. So I'm just confused. I'm not
May I make a
sure.
suggestion? Please, just because I think, if we have some competing information, we don't have another regular meeting till what? The 22nd? But we do have meetings prior to the town meeting. So if we could work with if we could just get a clear, by, one of our next meetings, a clear confirmation of where Bourne is at for this piece of it. I mean, I'm not, I just, sometimes people are hearing different things. I mean, you're representing one thing. Our town manager has spoken to the town management of Bourne and has been told something different, so.
That was earlier, yes. I've not heard anything about this from.
So it might just be helpful. I mean, my suggestion would be, you've done most of the work already. If we wait so that we can confirm this information, the timeliness is really, it'll also go to the strength of your application. If it's not timely and they're not really working on this, then your application to CPC probably isn't as strong as you're thinking that it might be.
Bourne uses a recently created committee to do the legwork, and it's called the Bourne Traffic Advisory Committee. It's something else. And the Friends of Bourne Rail Trail have representatives on that committee. It's just like,
Friends of Bikeways.
Friends of Bikeways, we don't have a representative specifically, but
Right.
some people.
But we can clarify.
But you can
work with our
clarify
state
it.
rep. We can.
Whatever, they have a brand new
Talking to
committee.
Glenn for good-
And I've been talking to Glenn Cannon, particularly on issues of,
Assistant town manager.
he was assistant town manager, and for 20 years was Cape Cod Commission Bikeways representative. And I've been talking with him. He's been very helpful, because I've been very helpful with the Bourne Rail Trail. So we're all working together.
So I guess that would be my.
And I didn't want any surprises for you. It's been on the our local comprehensive plan, the bike plan. It's been a priority item. I went back and listed all the things that the town of Falmouth has published, and they're on the website. So here we are.
So the crux of it would be, if we continue this conversation at our next meeting, the crux of it is, and I believe the information is good, that Bourne is ready. I'm not concerned about that myself, but I understand that, more communication will be beneficial.
Yeah.
But I think what we're trying to bridge the gap on is how can Public Works or Highway, however it, is designated, they don't have any more time. There's no person, there's no time. And this, I don't see how this could possibly be done without that time. So that's, I think that question will be what we'll be looking for at our next meeting.
Or how soon will they have to find time? I mean, if Sam is suggesting we say it's our directive that they need to find time, is that within the next 4 months, next 12 months, next 16 months? If it's the next 16 months, I think they might have a much better chance of saying, oh, 16 months from now, we might be able to shoehorn something in. The next 4 months, absolutely not. And just knowing that timetable would be useful.
Right. So maybe we can get some more input.
Doug?
Question for Peter, does it sound any easier now for just signing off and then push it down the
We
road?
just put your name.
No, actually, I think,
Telephone number on.
I think what we're doing is we're talking two different things. I've been doing this for too many years. There's a lot to do, and it's not just a quick design and there's a lot of work to it, and then you're dealing with the state, it's multiple meetings, and somebody has to take the helm at it, some department. In the past, it's been the bike racks and the Old Stone Dock. It's been the engineering division. Everything funnels through the engineering division. It's all Public Works related. And the phase 3 of the bike path went through the engineering division, George Calise, the past town engineer. So I think, in my head, I'm thinking it's a fair amount of work. So, but to the answer to Doug, if it's 4 months from now, if it's a year from now, a year and a half from now, yeah, that's a big difference. You could make room in something. You could adjust if you had to, push projects out.
So I think that the board's request to the staff is to, get the more specific information, if possible, if we can narrow that from Bourne, and then to look at what kind of timing, and seems, we're dealing, we're between a rock and a hard place, and see if that can be moved at all.
And maybe we could find out if Bourne has got some staff support that they're willing to share, because it's important to them. Maybe there's some help they can give.
But our engineering is really, those are the folks who know our, I think there's just a limited number of folks and a limited number of hours. But I do think the timing component of it does matter. So if we can have some information on that, maybe that's more helpful.
Happy to explore that.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. And there'll be more at the next meeting.
Thank you.
We'll get it done. Question is when.
So the next item on the agenda is individual selectmen's reports. Mr. Brown.
Let's see, I went to, I attended the Steamship Authority Board of Governors meeting, saw the preliminary designs. They have 3 new designs for their terminal building. The third one that I was most interested in wasn't actually complete, because the third design has a 2.5-story steep gable, and it allegedly enables them to shorten the building quite a bit more, but that part of the drawing hadn't been changed, so I don't know what really it's going to look like. So I'm very interested to attend Thursday night's meeting. The Water Quality Management Committee was very interesting, looking at the prices of the different options. I've been very hopeful about the outfall option, but geez, now the price tag it's getting a little bit more clear how much it really will cost, and it's kind of a scary number.
Well, it's the question of, do you pay for it all up front because you know that you'll be using it for later projects?
Right.
And so therefore, can you spread it out, essentially?
And then the easy choice would be the beds 14 and 15 because that'll probably do most of it, but that's not completely figured out yet. And then the other very hopeful one is the Allen parcel, which potentially could do all that we need without going to the outfall. So either way, we've got some good options shaping up. And that was the highlights of my week. I did some other things, but that's it for now.
Thank you, Sam.
School committee meetings and the finance committee, and I think I can say that the two are working together very closely. Having been on the school committee side, pleased to see that it's really a team effort, and that goes along with the town departments and Jennifer Petit participating in all these activities, so it's a nice thing. Went to the police department induction and recognition for our first female sergeant on the force, which is really kind of a neat thing to see, especially given its White Ribbon Week.
Yeah.
So it was an interesting confluence. Attended the CPC needs assessment last week. Also, the Falmouth Affordable Housing Working Group met, as you were hearing a report from Peter, to look at a project and recommended basically funding that. But that's got to go to CPC and then come back to us eventually. But that's coming out of the Falmouth Affordable Housing Fund. The high school multi-sport field is moving along. They've actually already started moving dirt, if you haven't been up there on their campus. And, so that's moving along. We had another advisory meeting, and we're working on Monday and things like colors. So that tells you that we're into the weeds or into the details. But that's coming along very nicely with, so far, no major hiccups. There was an irrigation pipe that somebody hadn't put on the plans that all of a sudden the contractor said, well, all right, well, what do you need done here? You know, so some small things like that, but nothing that's threatening the scope of the project or the budget at that point. Let's see, the same Water Quality Management Committee meeting, which is when they first rolled out their vision or the concept for expanding sewers into the T-ticket path corridor and all over into Great Pond. So really picking up the next peninsula over from Mara Vista. And you have the same kind of density of housing in there, which makes it economically feasible to do sewering and not exploring other alternatives for nitrogen mitigation. And the last thing I did that I want to report on, which was a pretty interesting meeting, was on Friday I attended the Massachusetts State House, the Joint Committee on Funding Education in Massachusetts. The governor has proposed a budget. I know our finance department and manager have looked at it, and it looks like we would lose $100,000 in state aid with the governor's budget. But you know, the House is just starting into this process, and so this was joint to House and Senate meeting. Testimony from everybody, from the governor to Marty Walsh, down through all of the gateway cities and what have you. It went on and on and on, and I had prepared a testimony, signed up for it, but it was obvious I was never going to get a chance. So the written testimony went in to basically state, basically what we as Falmouth have done so successfully, in spite of the level of poverty and economic stress that our families have. We have managed to become level 1 schools at the junior high and high school level. And there's good reasons why that has happened. It's because of that nurturing and supportive efforts at the low level, so that kids don't lose confidence that they can actually accomplish those state learning objectives. And I think that's the model that should be going on. Was that what's being argued by all these other municipalities and cities? No. They're saying, we got this big problem, we need this kind of money, but they're not telling the legislature in any concrete way how they would actually invest it to see a return on that investment. And that was the kind of the sad message that I got after sitting there for more than 4 hours and hearing all these special interest groups come through, trying to convince the Joint Committee that they really needed more money to run their school systems. So that's it. But it was fascinating because I even got to see 4 Patriots come and testify.
Yeah.
You probably saw that on the news,
Yeah,
which is probably the only thing that made the news. But there was a long list of political leaders from Massachusetts and all the major cities all coming through testifying to this committee. And they didn't even stop for lunch. So it was a marathon. My hat's off to David Vieira, who arranged for me to have a convenient parking space. He and his staff, I should say.
Yeah, he's good.
That's it.
Thank you,
Good
Megan.
at touring that state house.
No, I'm gonna.
It's too late, right? I'm just going to use the time to make an announcement that the Department of Telecommunications and Cable for Massachusetts will hold a public and evidentiary hearing to investigate the proposed basic service tier programming, equipment, and installation rates in rate-regulated communities in Massachusetts served by Comcast. That the hearing's going to be 11 a.m. Tuesday, May 21st, in the hearing room 1E at 1000 Washington Street in Boston. And if you're concerned about what's happening with cable, the money, the services, you should definitely attend this hearing or perhaps send some testimony in. Doug?
I joined Mr. Suso and Mr. Johnson-Staub at a meeting concerning the Ray Paltz building, and we'll be meeting again next Wednesday.
Nice.
Very productive discussion.
Great. Mr. Suso?
Yes, I was pleased to attend that Water Quality Management Committee meeting as well. That's been referred to already. I did want to note that work by GVW Construction on the new senior center continues to proceed well. We continue to closely monitor the expenditure of funds to live within the approved debt exclusion. And as all may have noted, the basement level is essentially complete. Work is underway on the main floor. The elevator shaft nearly completed. Wood framing is a welcome sign to us all. And we continue to work closely with the Senior Center Building Committee as this process unfolds. Tip of the hat to my colleague Peter for the day-to-day contact and keeping everything together, working with Jennifer Petit as well on that process. And a brief clarifying update on the water line construction. Again, that's a new 16-inch water main. And as Peter has confirmed, Peter McConerty, set to begin Monday, April 1st by CC Construction, beginning at the Oxbow intersection, proceeding west towards Sandwich Road. We generally expect construction to proceed at the rate of 100 to 200 feet per day, except on Fridays, when they will have to wrap things up for the weekend. The goal is to complete the total construction except final paving by the end of the spring of 2020. That's if all goes as well as we hope. And we'll attempt to maintain traffic flow through the construction area, minimize detours with the scheduled interruption during the peak summer season. And also wanted to note that our precinct meetings for town meetings begin this week with precincts 4 and 7 Wednesday evening and 8 and 9 on Thursday, followed by the balance of the precincts next Wednesday and Thursday, that first week of April. And we look forward to attending those meetings and answering questions that arise. And that concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you. Peter?
I've been working with Town Council, the Shellfish Advisory Committee, Finance Director, and our consultant on the aquaculture plan next steps for the estuaries, and hoping we might get on the April 22nd agenda for an update.
Exciting.
Oh,
Great.
one last thing.
Please.
Peter and I and Judy Fenwick have been continuing to meet to work on the Fenwick Handbook. And it's not really quite done, but it's draft, and it's going to be a draft when it's finished anyway. So, I mean, it will be ready to say we have something in hand at town meeting. Judy hopes that we can bring it to the potluck dinner and hand it out and get feedback from that.
I think that's a great idea. So that's just so everyone knows, it's the potluck dinner for members of committees that the Board of Selectmen hosts, just sort of a social gathering. That would be a great idea. Yeah, make them do homework.
Right.
Do we have a target date for that?
Wednesday, April 24th.
Oh, I won't be here. That's okay.
Won't be any fun without you.
I'm gonna be in Guatemala.
Well, you'll be all right.
You'll be
then.
having fun.
I move we adjourn.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you.